And if it looks good on TV, it'll look good on a CD. Shape it up, trim it down, who gives a damn about how it sounds? I don't think Waylon done it that way. And if he was here, he'd say, Hall, neither did Hank. I ain't dogging what you're doing, but boys, come on, let's get real. He's still got a lot of food left to fill. You say you're the real deal, but you play what nobody feels. You sing about Johnny Cash, the man in black would've whipped your ass, and I don't think Waylon done it that way. And if he was here, he'd say, Hoss, neither did Hank. I ain't dogging what you're doing, but boys, come on, let's get real. He's still got a lot of food left to fill. Here we go. So long till I see you again. When you're laying in the bargain bin. Well, I don't think Waylon done it that way. If he was here, he'd say, Hoss, neither did Hank. I ain't dogging what you're doing, but then again, hell yes I am. I just don't give a damn. Cause you still got a lot of food left to fill. I guess we all got a lot of food left to fill. That's right.
Yeah!
He'll be fine on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's on.
He's in. Touchdown.
He's with the throw to the plate. He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
24 years later, we remember the lives that were lost in New York City, at the Pentagon, and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. We thank the brave heroes that spared more lives lost on this dreadful day, and we pray for those who continue to grieve with this American tragedy. 9/11, 2001. We remember. We will always remember.
Certainly a difficult day in America. There's no doubt about that. But we are here to get you away from some of what is going on in the world. Greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barn Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros, who are there and always there when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands SC. .com. The Barn Dominium Company builds dream homes across the Carolinas and in Georgia. Head to thebarndoco.com and build your dream home today. That is Justin Hall. He's the host of Four Quarter Friday. They'll be on the air tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. previewing the Friday night football schedule as we're set to go for another weekend of or another Friday night under the lights across the state of South Carolina. Today we'll talk to him about a little bit of that, and obviously South Carolina and Vanderbilt set to play under the lights of Williams-Brice Stadium Saturday evening on the SEC Network. Hale McGranahan is ahead. We'll talk to him about what happened last weekend, what's going to happen this weekend, and who's going to be in town to see it. The recruits get some reaction from some of the guys that were here last week watching that ball game against South Carolina State as well. And we also have Perry Orth today. Perry will be here in the 11 o'clock hour to talk Gamecock football, and we're always excited to have one of our quarterbacks. Clearly, we know what's going on in the world. Today is September 11th, and 24 years ago, the first tower had just fallen. As a matter of fact, I think about 8 minutes ago, and then the second one was set to come down a little bit later on. It was a tough day. A lot of us probably remember the exact moment and where we were and what we were doing and all those type of things. And we host sports shows, so we try to escort you out of the real world and into the sports world here at South Carolina based. But we're also human, and so we do make sure that we acknowledge these things. So to those who are reflecting today on September 11th from the terrorist attacks on our nation 24 years ago, we're right there with you, and we'll be watching coverage all day long as well. Obviously, yesterday, an awful day in America, no matter what your beliefs are politically, religiously, or anything of that nature, with the passing of Charlie Kirk. And many folks today, it's hard to get to work and do the things that you want to do in life, and just move past the fact that we raise our children to go be the best you can be, change the world, do all these things. Whether everybody agrees with you or not, it's irrelevant. In America, you have a First Amendment that protects your right to do that, and obviously yesterday that was majorly violated out in Utah. So our thoughts and prayers are certainly with the Kirk family, and we'll have a little bit more on that later on. But good morning, Justin. It's as I mentioned, a tough Thursday morning, but we will get to talk some football. So we'll try to balance out people's lives today with the real world. And with what we get to do around here, which is generally pretty fun, college football.
That's right. Yeah, it's a tough day. One that I don't think some of us anticipated it being. And as a dad of a little girl, it's hard. And as someone who's dealt with grief in more ways than one over the last couple months, it's doubly hard. So
Yep.
Sports are a good outlet, and they give us a reprieve, even if it's just for a couple of hours, from the difficulties of the world. And so we can do that today, all the while understanding its place and priority. I think is what we can do. We can talk and fuss and discuss, and still understand that the main thing still has to be the main thing. So let's talk a little football.
Yeah, we will. The line is down to 4.5 now. Gamecocks favored by just 4.5 over the Commodores as the money continues to come in on the boys from Nashville, who will make their trek into Williams-Brice Stadium tomorrow and walk through it before they actually kick it off on Saturday evening. The total sits at 49.5. A couple of close lines this weekend. Obviously, Clemson is going to be in Atlanta, where South Carolina was a couple of weeks ago, but just down the road at Bobby Dodd. They are 2.5-point favorites over Georgia Tech. The big question in that game is the health of Haynes King. If he's ready to go, and okay, how ready to go is he? We will face a physical defense, as we all well know. That game is in our Fab Five. Mike Morgan will join us later for that at the end of the program, or towards the end of the program. But look, Mike Shula yesterday and Clayton White and Joe DeCamillis all met with the media. Obviously, Mike's going to be peppered with questions about the stalling of the offense and Lenore Sellers' development and all those types of things until people are able to see what they were hoping and expecting to see, which was a developed Lenore Sellers, a confident Lenore Sellers, a Heisman Trophy candidate Lenore Sellers, and they just haven't seen that just yet. So, it's kind of time now where we will talk to Perry and diagnose a little bit more about what, to get his view of what he saw last weekend. But seeing that it's the final couple of programs for us before we get to the weekend and get to see it, the offense play for a third straight week, it's kind of, let's turn the page into what do we expect now? Like, do we expect more of the same, Justin? Or, do you expect that South Carolina might try something a little bit different this weekend?
That's really hard to say, JB, and I've been racking my brain since Saturday night or early Sunday morning, watching that game against South Carolina State. And I think we talked about it earlier this week, texting back and forth. Is the offense at a choke point? I feel like that's the best word I can use. Not that they're being choked out, but that there's just congestion, and I can't figure it out. And I can't just assume it's going to change all of a sudden. We're 2 games in, we're 8 quarters in. This isn't week 1. And the garnet colored glasses might tell you, well, they're holding the playbook back for Vanderbilt. Well, you had Virginia Tech in week 1, so it's not exactly a cakewalk through the first 2 weeks. And even if you were holding it back last week, perhaps you should have opened it up a little bit more, considering your offense only scored 17 against the Bulldogs of South Carolina State. All due respect to the folks down there in Orangeburg. So to just say it's going to flip on a dime, I think might be a bit wishful thinking. Unless that's the case, unless there's something that's been held back and I just haven't seen it, and we don't know what's about to happen on Saturday night in Williams-Brice, and they're going to sling it all over the place, and Lenoris is going to run around like crazy. My argument is the shackles need to be taken off a little bit. It does appear that since that bowl game against Illinois, he has felt the need to sit in the pocket, but he's missing throws, he's missing open guys, he's missing reads. He's been playing well, but he's missing guys. And there's freedom with him when he's running around, when he's moving around, when he's making plays. He gets into a rhythm, and then you start to roll. You saw it against A&M and Missouri, Wofford, and a multitude of others last year, including Alabama and Oklahoma. So I would like to think that this last game was the Oklahoma game last year. Remember the Oklahoma game? It was a multi-score win, but your offense didn't look great. Your defense made all the plays. Well, this past Saturday night, Sunday morning, your special teams made all the plays. Well, maybe you flip the script against Vanderbilt, but this is not the Vanderbilt I grew up with. It's not the Vanderbilt of old. This is a very, very good football team that should be ranked in the top 25, and they're not for some reason. They're very, very good. You're not just going to flip the script against a Clark Lee defense, and as JC likes to say, going into the kill zone. You're not going to just flip the script on those guys. So I would like to see more freedom in the offense, freedom of movement. But honestly, I'm a little concerned that we just expect the switch to flip in the 3rd week of the season.
Yeah, I talked to Garcia yesterday about this, equated it to a 2-lane highway versus a 4-lane highway. We can all understand that. We live in South Carolina. Our highways are terrible.
Yeah,
But then
they
when you
are.
go to places like Florida and other states across the country, and all of a sudden it opens up into 3 and 4-lane interstates, you feel like you got some room to run.
Mhm.
And when I'm claustrophobic for what it's worth. And I feel like this offense has been claustrophobic. Like it's through the
Word.
first through the first couple of games, they've kind of been, I felt like, kind of kept in a box. I'm with you. I hope that that's not who they are, because if that's who they are, they're not going to bowl season. I can tell you that. If you can forget the
No,
playoffs, they won't even be playing in the postseason. They're going to get beat
right.
a lot. But I don't believe that that's who they are. I think that this team, I mean, how on planet Earth could you design an offense around a kid that you watched perform last year and think, well, we need to tone that down? If anything, you need to open it up a little bit more, right? So,
Mhm.
I expect that we're going to see some things on Saturday night that we haven't seen. I did talk to Garcia yesterday about, like, like, I've never really been a big believer in that, because I've never had an offensive coordinator directly tell me, oh, hey, look, we were kind of holding back. Like, I feel like
Yeah.
it's better just to show it, make them prepare for everything.
Mhm.
That's just my
Right.
understanding of things. It's kind of like, when I would call pitches, um, if you got it, let them know you've got it. So,
Right. And then put
you
it in their
can,
brain. Yeah.
yeah, you can use automatic shakeoffs and all kinds of stuff, but at least they know you
Right.
got 4, not 2. And
Right.
and so, but Garcia said, no, that's absolutely false. There are times where they hold things back, and maybe they just haven't entirely opened it up. Maybe they kind of wanted to see where they were going to be. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure I'm buying all the communication stuff I've heard this week, and that's no
That's
disrespect to Coach Beamer at all, or his players. It's just an opinion. Um,
I don't
we're,
understand how
we're,
you
we're
can stand in front of a microphone and say that you couldn't hear your offensive line play calls in your home ballpark at 11 o'clock at night.
yeah,
That, or 9:30. That's insane. I
yeah,
get
and
I get the plays and the jargon and I get it, but that's wild to me, knowing that Saturday is gonna be a whole heck of a lot louder. Como won't be quiet, and certainly Baton Rouge ain't gonna be quiet in a couple of weeks either. That brought more concern for me for the offense than anything I've seen so far. That
yeah.
just screamed uncomfortability in the system.
I think maybe that comment was exploited a little bit by the players,
Mhm.
and unintentionally. I don't think that that's some sort of 50 or 60 play problem where they're just not hearing signs. I think it probably happened a couple of
Right,
times, or excuse me, not hearing calls.
right.
And if that's the case, and the follow-up question, which was a good one, what do you do? Well, I basically, no, and again, no disrespect to Case and
Mhm.
Henry. I mean, I like Case and Henry. I feel like that he's a guy I'd want to work for me or work with me. Like, he's a hireable guy. You know what I mean? The
Mhm.
guy that you want your daughter to bring home. He's a great kid. Well, basically, I just walk up to Lenore's and ask him what the play is. Yeah, I don't know about all that. What are you going to do if there's 3 seconds on the clock? So, like,
Right.
are they shifting to something different? They just didn't want to talk about it. Hey, look, let's not let them know. Maybe we are going to sideline signals or whatever the case is. And then if Lenore's has to shout out some sort of a change at the line, that's fine. I don't know, but I'm not so sure how you get in a huddle and you can't hear. You know what I mean? So, but
Oh, yeah.
I just don't buy all the hogwash. I think one of the things too that just hasn't even, I mean, it has come up from time to time. Obviously, we brought it up a couple of different times, and then you've got another video yesterday coming out of Nashville, South Carolina. Well, what did South Carolina do? Was the question. Oh, they're just, the next one's in the way. Like,
You didn't do
they're
that for Charleston Southern.
no, and if they did, we didn't hear it, and that's fine. Like, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but I will say this: like, it just seems like they haven't they haven't I'm talking about Vanderbilt here. They've not been they've been very open about displaying their disrespect, in my opinion, for the Gamecock football program. And, like, if you're Vanderbilt, you love to see that type of swagger, because generally Vanderbilt doesn't have that type of swagger. So, like, I get it. Like, I'm not even saying that they shouldn't act like that. Oh, Dylan Stewart, whatever. South Carolina. I've got week 3 circled. yada, yada, yada. Like that, this program hasn't had anything to stand on for decades. So I get it. But the whole poking the bear thing to me, like I'm more of a, why don't you focus on you and less on the opponent? Like that's just me as an individual, as a coach, as a player, like that type of deal. And I just, at some point in time, the other side has had enough. You know, like Shane Beamer clearly has instructed his guys, Justin, hey, we're not publicly taking the bait on this stuff. We're going to go out there. We're going to talk about us. We're going to respect them. But internally, I don't think Shane Beamer needs to say a word. Like the players hear it. I think they've had enough. So does Vanderbilt back it up? Maybe they do. But if they don't, it'll be easy to point to all these moments and say, yeah, you know, you might have seen them on tape the first 2 games, but they got better players than you. And you poked the bear, and the bear came out growling and kind of put that thing to bed early.
Yeah, the same thing. They're encapsulating, in my opinion, the attitude of their quarterback. And I don't mind Diego Pavia to an extent. I believe he's brash. I watched him on the documentary. That documentary was mostly South Carolina Vanderbilt driven anyway. He's a fighter. I mean, he's beaten Alabama and Auburn. Kudos. He's turned Vanderbilt around. They were a 2-win team, and now they're a 6-win team, 7-win team. Congratulations. They're embodying his style. I remember this was eerily similar to 2018. In 2018, Derek Mason talked about how that game against South Carolina was going to be a street fight. It was going to be street fight. Yeah. South Carolina won that game in 2018, I believe by a score of 38-14, 37-14, and they outgained Vanderbilt by almost 300 total yards because South Carolina has better players than Vanderbilt. Period. I don't care where South Carolina is in the pecking order in the SEC. They've always had better players than Vanderbilt. 2015, interim coach and Sean Elliott, season already down the tubes. They beat them. That's just what happens. Now, my concern is the brashness of the team, and their confidence is such that I worry about a 2007-2008 situation that eventually Vanderbilt will beat South Carolina in the sport of American football. Eventually, that has to happen, right? Yeah. It can't go on forever. And I don't want that to be this year. The stakes are too high right now in week 3 in this kind of matchup for you to allow Diego Pavia to come in, who thrives in this kind of environment, to come in and upend your season 3 weeks in, and to be able to do all the talking after the game is over, because then they're setting sail to 5-0, and they've got a legit shot to make a run at 8, maybe even 9 wins this year if they upend you. You can't let that happen for your own sake. And you got to the talking and all that. The players probably hear it. I imagine it fuels them a little bit. But once that clock hits 0 on the countdown, the teams line up for the kickoff, and that ball's in the air. That might matter for one play, but after that, you just got to go play.
Yeah, Vanderbilt's been remarkable defensively in the second half for what it's worth. They've allowed just 3 points in 4 quarters of play this year. But yeah, they will walk into this atmosphere encouraged by it, not discouraged. Yep. They want to play. I said this yesterday. I'm going to say it again. I'll say it tomorrow. I mean, again, this isn't any disrespect to the fine folks of Nashville and those who support Vanderbilt athletics. I don't mean this disrespectfully. I'm just speaking a fact here. They don't get this environment in Nashville. They don't get the environment in Blacksburg, Virginia in Nashville. They don't get the environment in Baton Rouge in Nashville or anywhere else in the SEC. I mean, there's probably sometimes you could argue that it's a better environment if it's a packed house and maybe a place like Missouri or something like that when things aren't going well. But gosh, when things aren't going well in Starkville, it's still pretty loud and there's more cowbell. So, they want to be able to go on the road and play under the lights in a big atmosphere. As you mentioned, with this type of quarterback, he's kind of a trash quarterback. And again, I say that respectfully too. He gets trash yards. He makes good things happen in trash plays. Those are the type of guys that can scrape out wins for you. I think what I'm also curious to see, Justin, and I want to get your thoughts on this. Vanderbilt, Clark Lee is just all like, I love Clark Lee. He's all class, and I'm a big fan of people who take over programs and believe that they can do things there that haven't been done before. We've seen that here, openly admitted by 2 coaches in my lifetime. That was Steve Spurrier and now Shane Beamer, who authentically believed, I can do this here at South Carolina, and they weren't scared to tell you that. While people laughed in their faces, et cetera, they just went to work and got the job done. Obviously, Beamer's still in the middle of his career, so TBD on the whole thing. But Steve Spurrier certainly did things that had never happened. Clark Lee has taken the same approach in Nashville, and I don't have an issue with that. But what I am curious to see is early on in the ball game, you getting a little bit of this? Are you getting a little bit of this? And if you do, are you responding, and how so? Like, Carolina can't afford ridiculous penalties. So, Shane Beamer's teams generally are pretty good about receiving ridiculous unsportsmanlike conduct penalties and stuff like that. They've had some pre-snap flags and some other things that need to get cleaned up from the penalty standpoint. But as far as taking the bait, largely they've been pretty good. And a lot of that's because they have good leadership on the field. So who's going to be in charge of that for South Carolina this weekend on the defense and on the offense? Who's the guy out there that's like, we're going to lower the temperature and we're going to go play ball?
Oh, on the offense, it's got to be your quarterback. I believe it's got to be Lenoris. He says he listens to music before the game to lower
Calm
his
down.
to bring his heart rate down, which I can greatly respect. I would love to know what the music is specifically. On the defensive side, that's so hard to say because my immediate response as a linebacker, and I want it to be Fred Johnson. I don't know if that's the case. Is it a Brian Thomas on the defensive line? Possibly.
I'll give you a name. I think it's DQ Smith, but DQ Smith comes immediately to mind for me.
Yeah, it does to me too. That's a really good one. I was thinking, I immediately went to the secondary and thought, who back there? DQ would be a good one. Hopefully, you see South Carolina play within themselves. The thing you don't want to do is take the crowd out of it at any point of your own doing, whether that's a quick 3 and out, whether it's a holding penalty to negate a big play, whether it's a 15-yard penalty. You give up a 40-yard pop shot to Diego Pavia, and they're down around the Carolina 30. But then you get an unnecessary penalty, a 15-yarder for unsportsmanlike, and now they're sitting on in the red zone, chance to put it in the end zone. You can't do that. It takes your crowd out of it, and it gets them juiced. Diego's already going to be juiced. So silly mistakes like that can't happen. You need your leaders on both sides of the football to be able to keep the temperature low, keep your head in the ball game until you get to the sideline. Then when you get to the sideline, I think it's on the coaches to keep the guys in check. And I believe they'll do that. Beamer's teams have never really been known for extra stuff after the whistle or any sort of jawing like that within reason. So I feel good about South Carolina's temperament and their ability to handle the moment. Again, as the number 11 team in the country, welcoming it, that's become almost like an afterthought. They're the number 11 team in the country, according to the AP, whether or not you agree with the AP or not. And they got an opportunity to get a win here and probably move back into the top 10 if they can handle business against a team that's Vanderbilt that I think they're better than. And they should go out and beat them by they should cover at least the 4.5. But again, a win by 1 wouldn't hurt anyone either.
Yeah, no doubt. Aside from everything we've talked about, give me a couple of keys to the ball game you'll be paying attention to, and give us a preview of tomorrow's 4-quarter Friday.
I'm interested to see how Donovan Murph continues to progress. He flashed last week, and he flashed in week 1 and 2, had 1 catch, maybe 2. Can South Carolina work that intermediate passing game? Is it Donovan Murph over the middle or on your outs, making some quick plays to just move the chains and keep the ball moving down the field? South Carolina needs to sustain some drives. Work the perimeter. We talked about that with the choke points and the congestion. Get out on the edge. Force Vanderbilt to cover sideline to sideline. They're going to force you to cover sideline to sideline too. That'd be my key offensively. Defensively, fly to the ball. You handled Diego Pavia last year. Handle him again this year, and you'll be fine. There are some great games that we're looking at tomorrow, JB. We got Jay Urich coming on, former Gamecock quarterback.
Oh, wonderful.
High school football, and really excited about that, and should have Perry Woolbright from Clover on as well. Greenwood had a big win last week over Dorman in overtime. They had record-setting performances offensively. They welcome in Lexington tomorrow night. AC Flora Falcons looking to roll on and continue. They're 3-0. The Fighting Tommy Booties could get to 4-0 before we get halfway through September. I'm really impressed with Bishop England. They're 2-0, but I'm also equally impressed with Dreer. If anyone knows about the Dreer Blue Devils, their head coach, Corey Jenkins. They're sitting at 2-1 right now and doing really well. South Lawrence took a loss to Northwestern last week. They got Fort D on the road. They're both 2-1. And then Dutch Fork struggle win against Ridgeview. That was a ball game down the stretch. Thought we could see Ridgeview upend them, but they're 2-0. They got to go to Great Collegiate this week. Great Collegiate's a 4A charter school, as everyone knows. Hold your opinions. And they welcome in the Silver Foxes. Stone Furry had a really good game last week and some amazing catches as well. So we'll see if Dutch Fork can move to 3-0 and keep the good vibes rolling heading into region play.
A lot of great Gamecocks coaching high school programs. Logan Hall
Yep.
is one of them at Bishop England. He's outstanding. I was watching him last week, Thursday, walk around and encourage his B teamers and his JV guys. And then his team turned around and won again on Friday night. Very well coached. Over there at
Corey Helms is at Pillion, right down the road from where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
And they're sitting at 2-0. They got a big game against Swansea on the road. A lot of great games this week that are region battles, but they're within the region, but they're not region games. A lot of rivalries going on. So it should be a good Friday night of football heading into the best week of football we've had since week one, even though it's only been 1 week in between. It's going to be a wild weekend for sure. Don't
forget about our man Devontae Holloman at Pinewood Prep, by the way.
Right.
Historically, not a good program, but under Devontae, pretty good.
They're doing well.
He's been around formerly at South Carolina and at South Point, et cetera, et cetera. 9:00 tomorrow morning, Steve Hall, Justin Hall, 4-quarter Friday. They'll get you going for Friday Night Lights. Remember, the scoreboard is available for free on the Chief Sports app in the Chief High School section. Justin, thank you so much, my man, as always, and we'll look forward to tuning in tomorrow morning and hold your loved ones near.
Absolutely, that's exactly right. Appreciate it, JB.
You got it. As we go to break, yesterday at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah, Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, an American and conservative voice and activist, was assassinated while hosting a public event designed for public dialogue and the exchange of facts, opinions, and ideas. He leaves behind his wife, Erica, a 3-year-old daughter, and a 1-year-old son. Charlie Kirk was just 31 years old. If you so choose, you're welcome to join us in a moment of silence while we pray for Charlie's family, our society, and the future of the United States of America. We'll be right back with Hale McGranahan from thebigspur.com.
Jeffrey's got space and a touchdown. Can you believe it? Touchdown! He caught on traffic. Scores!
Touchdown, South Carolina!
Are your wood floors dirty, scratched, worn, or unsightly? Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution, your solution for dull wood floors that need an upgrade. Our one-day, dustless wood floor refinishing process is simple, effective, and affordable. Our goal is to serve as many customers as possible, so give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365, or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks!
This is Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, built by the Barn Dough Company. Go Gamecocks!
Just as long, just as long, stand by me, yeah, yeah, come on, Tuesday, by me, won't you, stand by me, won't you stand by me, yeah, yeah, yeah.
It is 10:35. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Brought to you by the official tailgate snack of the morning show and the show, Game Day Nuts. GameDayNuts.net. Make sure you've got them ordered for your tailgate. Go to GameDayNuts.net. They'll send them to your home. You can order the at-home kit as well if you'd like to make them and boil them yourself. Remember, these boiled peanuts don't have shells. And I know a lot of people like to crack the shells and things like that, but this is a convenience here. If you're going to take them into high school games or serve them at parties or whatever it is, man, they are the best of the best of the best. The Coastal Wave are my favorite by far. You can pull up the Chief Sports app. They're right there on the homepage. Click it, order it, bam, there you go. Coming right to your doorstep. Coming right to your doorstep now is Hale McGranahan with the BigSpur.com. What's up, brother?
What's happening? How you doing?
It's a heavy world out there today, Hale, but we've got a job to do and we're doing it. You had a job to do last Saturday night, really late. What time did you finally get home?
Got home around 2:00, which should have been later if I'd stayed in the press box and worked from there like I normally would. But even before that game, leading up to it, little Alex and I had all decided that we weren't going to stick around for too late after post-game interviews. So I was out of there at a decent hour, relatively speaking, and was able to fall asleep about 3:00, I guess. So late, but not as late as it probably could have been.
Yeah, it was a strange evening. There's no doubt about that, starting with the storms and the delays. And then South Carolina did win by 28 points, but obviously offensively, Hale, it was there was a lot more desired from those who were watching the ball game. You spoke yesterday with Mike Shula, or you were at least there. I think you asked a question. I was watching it. I'm pretty sure you did. Yeah. Anything that you took away from his press conference yesterday as it pertains to what we've been seeing and what we may see moving forward?
Not really. He doesn't say a whole lot, quite frankly. Nothing really substantive. And I don't think he'd be offended by me saying that because that's clearly his MO. So whatever. Didn't really learn anything new or groundbreaking. I think basically all of his press conferences sound like they could either be in the middle of spring practice or January or July or September. We're not going to find out a whole lot.
Yeah, not a lot. Well, what we did find out was the availability report last night. Judge Collier is the only one, and Brady Hunt, those two guys, as of now, it looks unlikely or less likely that they'll play. The other guys are all probable, and then there's other guys who weren't even listed there. So overall, I guess what Shane said on Tuesday really, at least as it pertains to last night's 8-10 update, is kind of ringing true that everything or most everything was trending in the right direction. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, I would say so. JT Gear not being on there at all definitely a good thing. They're going to need all the guys they can to be ready to chase Pavia around on Saturday night, just given how active he is. And it's probably going to tire out some defensive linemen in a hurry if they're having to chase him, every direction you can imagine on just one play. So, yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah. Look, Hale, I know that you haven't, spent the last couple of weeks diagnosing the Vanderbilt football team. I got it. Not many of us have, although we've certainly peeked in and looked at a few things. But we did see Diego Pavia last year. I think personally he's a better player this year than he was last season. We'll see how it goes as the season moves along. Vanderbilt can run out of gas a little bit. They haven't been as deep in years past as maybe they are this go around. But as far as I don't know, people say, oh, you got to stop this guy. You got to stop Lenore Sellers. You got to stop Diego Pavia. Really good players, it's hard to stop. So slow down generally is a better term for me. And when you look last year at what was the key to South Carolina's defense, right? It was everything up front for them. They generally could create a bunch of pressure by sending those 4 dudes and letting everybody else kind of clean it up from there. Just out of curiosity in watching with your eyes the last couple of games and watching the defensive front for South Carolina maybe get a little bit healthier, watching some of these guys develop, play a few more snaps. Do you have an opinion as to how they will handle Diego Pavia defensively this weekend?
I would imagine they want to be aggressive defensively, but I think at the same time, you got to kind of channel that and not get too aggressive and over pursue and give up a little bit of your pocket integrity, I guess maybe the right way to say it. I don't know. Maybe I'm using the wrong phrase there, but I can't imagine if Dylan Stewart and Brian Thomas are really flying off the edge, Vanderbilt's probably going to find a way to counter that and take advantage of it. And Pavia, like you're kind of saying a second ago, JB, he's better and he's really smart with the football and deceptive. He was already good at that stuff last year, but just watching the condensed game Virginia Tech and Vanderbilt played, and he's doing some things with the football that are pretty fun to watch, quite frankly, and can probably be really challenging to defend against because he's taking an option pitch and getting it to the back at the last second, really forcing a guy to make a decision. So I would imagine that there's going to be some stuff that Vanderbilt does to try to take advantage of South Carolina's, defensive ends and just how explosive they are off the ball. So I think it's going to be key for Carolina to try to not get too excited in their pursuit and try as best they can in some cases to keep him in front of them, especially because he's just so capable of when things break down, albeit in a different fashion than Lenore Sellers, but getting out of there and going and causing some problems downfield. So it's a tricky balance, I think.
Yeah, I referenced him in a positive way, not a negative way, as a trash quarterback. He can find trash yards. He could turn trash plays into productive plays. Those are the guys that just they cut you with it's 1,000 cuts, right?
Yeah.
They just kind of keep chipping you down the field, and you're like, man, we can't get them off the field. On the flip side, for South Carolina, 13 of their 20 drives this year have been 6 plays or less. And we've talked about that a bunch around here, and the fact that the time of possession for the offense has been concerning because the play calling differential from run to pass has been exactly the same basically in the last 2 ball games, and they've had the same results. Now, take into account the fact that 3 times the ball was punted to them and Vakari Swain took it to the house, yes, it's going to affect it. But offensively, they're not moving the football. And they got to stay on the field. And Mike Shula acknowledged that yesterday. He said, we've got to stay on the field. So I think that brings about, right, Hale, that general question of, has Lenore Sellers kind of been boxed in to the left lane like the guys, that row of cars in the right lane? They won't let you over?
No, that's not the issue, in my opinion.
Okay. What is your opinion?
Well, first of all, he has to play better. I mean, the very first play of that game against South Carolina State, there's a film breakdown that a guy posted on Twitter, and he's got Nick Harbor in one-on-one coverage. It's like, just throw it up there and let him go run underneath it and try to catch it.
Yeah, I saw that.
But he didn't do that. Then on third down of that drive, not his fault, but it's 3rd and 2, and they can't pick up a first down with a simple run play. That's not anybody getting boxed in. That's just not executing. I mean, pre-snap penalty at the start of drive number 2 before the drive even started. I didn't like the 2nd and 12 running back screen when you're backed up on your own goal line. So yeah, I guess we can consider that a coaching issue that I've got. I don't really care for that, and it got blown up or got deflected and would have gotten blown up if Faison was able to make the catch. Then a 3rd down throw to Nick Harbor that went right through his hands. Listen, it was a hard throw, very fast, coming in hot. But if you're 6'5", 240 pounds, and a freak athlete like Nick Harbor who wants to play in the NFL, you can't let that ball just squirt right through your hands. Like, he didn't even bobble it. He had no chance of catching that ball. You gotta be better. Fumbled pitch on 1st down at the start of the 3rd drive, an illegal snap on 2nd down, a 1-yard loss on 2nd down after the penalty on a run. Then another false start on 3rd and 14, again coming out of a timeout like that. Then Sellers, he almost gets sacked for another safety on that 3rd and 17 because he feels a little pressure off the right side. Pockets there, protection wasn't perfect. Casey Henry and Trevon Ball had to, pass off a game, as guys say. There's a little twist by the end in the tackle, so they got knocked back a little bit, but all Sellers had to do was slide and not just bail like immediately. So again, like, that's, to me, all that stuff, that's one thing that was a coaching issue for me. And those three and outs set the conversation that everybody's been having for the last 4 days, and all the issues that people are complaining about. Those in particular, to me, were more about players not playing well. And there were several players who didn't play well. So maybe that's on the coaches, but defensively and on special teams, those issues weren't there.
Okay. One of the topics that we've had, you got to pardon me a little bit here because I'm battling an illness if you keep seeing me wipe my nose with a Kleenex. One of the topics we've had this week, and we've asked guys that I feel like would know better than me, because I don't really know that much at the end of the day. Hale,
neither do
talking to Steven Garcia and Preston Thorne. We'll talk to Perry here in a minute, DeMarco, and those guys. Maybe the greatest asset of any player on the offensive side of the football is Lenore Sellers' legs. It doesn't mean he needs to be running the football 30 times a game. I'm not saying turn him into a running back or anything like that. But it has been questioned by many as to whether he is utilizing his strength enough. Have we learned anything about that this week? I think someone asked the question about the report from Tony that maybe he had spoken with Shula about wanting to run more. And I don't think he obviously gave an answer to that, as you've already pointed out. But is there anything you'd like to add to that conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. People were complaining about that coming out of the bowl game, and I've made my peace with that. I think it was overblown. A lot of it was based on what Shula said during his introductory press conference in December as the offensive coordinator, that those comments were overblown. And if you just go back and look at the game and how much Illinois had the ball in the second half, like, South Carolina barely had possession during the final 2 quarters. So some key opportunities for Lenore to run and use his legs, and they just weren't there because Carolina didn't have the ball. The Virginia Tech game, I mean, I get it. People want 450 yards of offense and 5 touchdowns, and hey, Lenore Sellers is a Heisman candidate, and everything's hunky dory. Right. Last week, I don't care what the game plan was. That it shouldn't have mattered what was being called. It shouldn't have mattered how often Lenore was running the football, designed or otherwise. Like, it was an FCS team, and they just came out and played like crap on offense the first 3 possessions. It was a group effort. Again, like there was I have a complaint about a play call, but I just at some point the default can't just be blame the coaches.
Yeah.
That's where I stand. It can't.
Sure.
Yeah, there are going to be issues, and they're responsible. They get paid a lot of money to make these decisions and call these plays and put these guys out there. But like, hey, guess what? The players, they get paid now too. And I'm not saying that makes it right to criticize them, but they got to play better. And if you can't pick up a 3rd down in 2 yards on a run against South Carolina State, that's on you, man. Like the play got blown up. I don't care what the scheme is. Like, go out and be an SEC football player and push guys around and don't get pushed around. Like, at the end of the day, that's on the guys who are on the field.
Well, I think you're exactly right about that. I think collectively everybody deserves blame with the offense. I hope you're not misunderstanding what I'm thinking or saying here. There is we've got a 4-game track record now, and keep in mind this is over 2 coordinators, and also keep in mind these are against some pretty good football teams. They had to go to the Upstate at Clemson, then they had a bowl game in Orlando, then they had to play in Atlanta against Virginia Tech in game 1 of the season, kind of the Super Bowl for the Hokies, if you will. And then obviously South Carolina State. So a variation of play styles, teams, levels of talent, et cetera, et cetera. But the offense has put out the exact same number of points in all 4 games. And I think people are beginning to see that and rightfully so, beginning to question what's going on here. Not that it can't change. It can. We all know it can change. But it's also fair if people are questioning both the players and the coaching staff, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Clemson at Clemson, that's a tough challenge. Illinois, like, it's not like Illinois wasn't any good last year. But let's also remember that South Carolina was without its starting running back, who was clearly a very integral part of that offense last season. And Lenore didn't play well. I mean, the tone of some of these conversations, in my opinion, and completely different if he's just accurate on that final throw to Josh Simon. Probably not as, anxious as it's been this offseason or to this point in the season, but that's not how it happened. I don't know. I have a hard time of letting all those things like you laid out add up to the concern that some people have right now. I'm more concerned about the guys just coming out and playing terrible on offense in the first quarter of that game against South Carolina State. That's my biggest concern. If the results continue to be what they are on offense, then I'll be wrong. And I don't think they're going to continue on this track, for one. So it's only a matter of time before it gets better. And I'm not just sitting here repeating what Shane Beamer said on Tuesday, but I mean, 12 months ago, there were plenty of folks who were very concerned about Lenore Sellers in this offense, and it ended up pretty okay, I think. So, I think they're going to be fine. They just got to start playing better.
Yeah, I'm with you. Hey, look, I'm with you. And I understand the fans, because this is a season where I think a lot of people thought something is possible, which obviously still is very possible. That's never happened around here before. And they're getting a little anxious and a little worried, and I got it. I think we all get that. To your point, I agree. We sit here and watch it on television or in the ballpark, and then talk about it all week long. These guys watch it 12 hours a day. They're not looking at this going, well, everything's fine. They're working on getting this thing fixed. There's no question about that. And if they do, they're going to be fine, by the way, on Saturday night against Diego Pavia and Vanderbilt. Real quick, final one here. It looks like the Gamecock football program has been basically all class. Don't take the bait on all of this stuff that's come out of Nashville the last couple of months going into the weekend. But I suspect Vanderbilt, when they run out of their tunnel around 7:50 or so on Saturday night, they're going to be anxious to get in front of that 80,000 seat environment. They're not going to be scared about it. This is an environment Diego Pavia wants to play in. So what's key early in the ball game, in your opinion?
for South Carolina offensively, I think Justin was kind of saying it near the end of his spot, but just maintain possession and put a drive together.
Yeah, stay on the field.
Yeah, and do it more than just on the first drive and not again until later in the game. Like, stay on the field and don't let your defense have to keep picking you up and dragging you back towards the finish line. Special teams too, for that matter. So, yeah, just pick up some first downs and some yards and run the ball effectively like that. Again, going back to my frustration with that South Carolina State game, like, I thought that was going to be an opportunity for them to be able to run the ball, and they really couldn't because they were backed up and kept being second and third and long. So, get out of second and third and long, and move the football a little bit and keep the other guy off the field. So that to me is kind of where it starts.
We'll see if we can get it out on the perimeter this weekend. Carolina, get some playmakers in space and let them play. All right. A bunch of players are going to be in town this weekend, Hale. You got a whole list up, and that might not even be the complete list on thebigspur.com right now, but give us the highlights of this weekend's visitors and any notables from last weekend's visitors.
Yeah, so last weekend was pretty impressive from a recruit guest list standpoint. It was really good for Carolina, especially with it being South Carolina State. Obviously, recruits want to go to big games, and that was not really a big game, so to speak. So guys like Jaden Bryant, who will be back this week. He was at the game last week. Julian Walker, probably should have started with Julian Walker, the Dutch Fork defensive end. He was at the game last week. He'll be back this week. Door's still open there, as I've been saying since June 19th or whatever day it was he committed to Michigan. He'll be back. Then they're going to have some other 2027 defensive linemen, some ends, some tackles, including the number one ranked defensive end in the country for 2027. He's supposed to be there. Damian Guyton. He's been to Carolina a few times this year. Obviously not since he committed to Texas Tech, but came down a couple times in the spring, and he's been to Columbia a handful of times already. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's a legit shot at him. How legit, who knows? But it's not like this is his first visit. Then, yeah, there's a whole bunch of 27s and 28s who are coming in. The 2026s are mostly the commit. I mean, Landon Duckworth's going to be back, like we've talked about on the Big Spur, and Darius Gray coming back down for his first game of the season. I thought his first game was going to be the Kentucky game, but he'll be there on Saturday. So just about all of the 26 commitments will be there. Not all of them, but a majority of them will be at the game as well. So it's going to be a busy recruiting night for Carolina.
It's a classic recruiting weekend under Shane Beamer, if you ask me. He's been masterful at getting big-time prospects who are uncommitted, maybe committed elsewhere, but definitely uncommitted to South Carolina on campus in big atmospheres with guys who have already chosen to play for the Gamecocks. And that has seemed to have had an amazingly positive effect over the last few years, Hale. So maybe they're expecting more of that after this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really good. It really started with that Tennessee game in 22, I guess it was.
Yeah,
with the volume and caliber of recruits they had in that night, and there hadn't been a significant drop off really since then. Anytime they've had a home game, especially an SEC game, they've had some pretty stellar guest lists and had some really good ones last season as well. So they're off to, assuming everybody makes it in this Saturday, they're off to another hot start that way for sure.
We need another Hale McGranahan. How do you cover all these guys and cover the game? I don't know how you do it.
I guess I got a lot of practice. I don't know. I'm doing it for a while.
You can write with both hands?
No. Well, I can type with both hands. Do that.
Well, that helps.
Yeah.
That helps.
Alex Jones, hey, I'm not saying Alex Jones is another Hale McGranahan because he is his own man, his own Alex Jones, if you will. He does a great job in covering the game and recruiting as well. So it's not just me by any means. He's right there too.
the pride of Hampton County, Alex Jones.
That's right.
Well, Hale, great report. Great stuff as always. The Big Spur right now is just loaded with information for the weekend, and I anticipate between now and the weekend there will be a lot more to pass along as well. And we'll certainly look forward to hearing the reaction, hopefully from a win for Gamecock football another late night at Saturday night at Williams-Brice. We'll talk to you next week, my friend. Thanks for all you do.
Appreciate you, JB. Be well.
My man. Thanks, bud. There you go. Hale McGranahan with the BigSpur.com. If you got a chance Saturday before you head to the ballpark, head to Gamecock Traditions. Get dressed, sideline apparel, and more. Tailgate stuff. Maybe you need some more plates and cups, little things like that. Maybe you need a bourbon glass. Who knows? You got everything, though. It's all there. Gamecock Traditions. You can see their catalog, GamecockTraditions.com, where pretty much most everything is up. You can also have it shipped to your doorstep, GamecockTraditions.com as well. When we return, one of our quarterbacks, the one who doesn't use foul language and generally is clothed, Perry Orth, next.
This is a breaking news event. We now have boiled peanuts without the shells.
Sorry, Alex. Did you say boiled peanuts without the shells?
Yes, boiled peanuts. No shells. Go to GameDayNuts.net and order them for game day.
Morning, Carl. Usual?
Yeah.
Your oldest was in here the other day. Said the two of you took a trip down to my neck of the woods. How'd that go?
You might as well give me one of those Carolina cars while you're at it.
I knew I liked that one.
Yeah.
There you go, my friend.
Thanks.
Hey, Carl. Congratulations.
See you tomorrow, Freddie.
You bet.
At Moultrie Insurance, our agents are working for you. Our commercial lines of coverage are well-sourced and intimately chosen. We offer commercial lines of coverage such as business owners, umbrella, property, auto, or general liability coverage, and evaluate every option to find what fits you best. Like a good offensive coordinator, we will draw up the plays, but only run with what you feel comfortable. Get in touch with our quarterback, Perry Orth, or our head coach, Frank, by visiting MoultrieINS.com. MoultrieINS.com. Moultrie Insurance, proud supporters of the South Carolina Gamecocks.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple, delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
The deals have never been bigger at JT's Kia. Get 0% for 72 months. That's 6 years to pay off your vehicle with no interest whatsoever. Get the best deal for your trade. JT pays up to 25% more. JT means just in time to get you approved for a brand new Kia. We're serious about saving you money, and we're doing it with our biggest deals ever. Hurry now, 840 North Anderson Road, JT's Kia Rock Hill.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Visit GameDayNuts.net and order yours today. Boiled peanuts, no shells. Official tailgate snack of ITG. You're tuned into Hour 2 of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dough Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Go Gamecocks!
With a little love and some tenderness, we'll walk upon the water, we'll rise above the mist. With a little peace and some harmony, we'll take the world together, we'll take them by the hand. 'Cause I got him for you. I said get up and let me see you smile. We'll take a walk together, walk the road a while. 'Cause I got a hand for you, I got a hand for you. I wanna run with you, won't you let me run with you? Hold my hand, want you to hold my hand.
All right, it's the final hour inside the Gamecocks, the morning show brought to you by our friends at Palm Casual. The great warehouse clearance sale is on Sunday beginning at 7 a.m. just north of Somerville at the Somerville location. If you want to spruce up your outdoor viewing space, you'll head to Palm Casual Somerville this weekend. 50, 60, 70, 80% off of stuff that will last a lifetime. And you can clean it with bleach, even better. PalmCasual.com, Gamecock owned and operated. Mike Morgan is in. Perry Orth is in on a very somber day in America, as we have pointed out already a couple of times, remembering those from 9/11 and obviously the loss yesterday of Charlie Kirk. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Perry. Perry's got clothes on. He's got a light on in his office today. What's
New
up?
camera, too.
New camera? Oh, my gosh. What are we doing? What's happening with you?
Yeah, we're moving up in the world.
Steven looked like a caveman yesterday, but he did have a T-shirt on. I'll give him some credit there. No F-bombs either. No F-bombs.
Record.
Yeah. He's turning over a new leaf, man. No beer before noon yesterday. I mean, things are looking up.
Very
All right.
good.
Perry, we're going to do our best to run the gamut with you here over the next 20 minutes or so. Again, we're doing everything we can to do our sports program here, but we all know what's on everybody's minds. But you're gonna, we just can't spend 2 hours on it. But so last weekend, South Carolina wins by 4 touchdowns against South Carolina State, but offensively, once again, it just didn't look very good. So broad stroking the first question to a former quarterback, always a quarterback, Perry Orth. What did your eyeballs tell you?
Yeah, we just looked a little out of sort. What was different Saturday versus the first game was that the first game, obviously, the drive, we went knife through butter, just bam, right down the field. And, this game, we got behind the sticks and we just could never recover. Offense is a little bit different than defense. Defense, you buckle up, you're just like, all right, we're going to go full steam ahead and just crush the guy in front of us. Where offense is a little bit more delicate. It's a little bit more artistic. It's not just, all right, we're just going to line up and just, bully people, right? Or at least the way that we play offense. One of the questions that I just don't understand is how South Carolina State was able to really make our offensive line look inferior to what they were doing, both in the pass game, both in the run game as well. I don't know what that answer is, but I'm hopeful that we'll have it figured out, because Vandy's obviously going to trot out better athletes than South Carolina State did. We're not running the ball very well right now. We're struggling connecting in the pass game. But I will say, though, having been an athlete, and understanding when you play games like that, they're hard to get up for. I don't care if you're playing at night at Williams-Brice. They're hard to get up for. And then you throw in the 2-hour weather delay, and you just can't get into a rhythm. And then, you have a bad first drive, and you have a bad second drive, and then you're like, oh my God, like, what are we doing? We look like idiots. And then that negativity mentally just starts snowballing. And then next thing you know, you have a crappy game and you're all pissed off, and you have a hard time realizing, in fact, how did it get to this point? How did we not just go out there and kill them? And it kind of recalibrates your focus. What type of week of practice did we have leading up to that game? Was it a lackluster week? Were we not focused? Were we not doing what we were supposed to do? There's a lot more that goes into them just rolling out the product on a Saturday night. Talked about the 2-hour weather delay. You're mentally amped up, and then you're not. But it's a completely different mindset for South Carolina State. That's what I saw. I didn't see like, oh my God, throw in the towel. This offensive line sucks. Coach Shula can't do it. Sellers is overrated. Just, and then from a psychology standpoint, what an amazing, opportunity for us or for the team to like get refocused for a big game and have Vanderbilt coming in here after a big win where they're thinking high and mighty. They're having celebrities show up to practice. They're breaking down South Carolina on 3. They're out there running their mouth, and we're pissed off after the not so great performance from Saturday night, at least offensively. And then you're having a new bunch of dudes coming in here thinking they're going to roll into Williams-Brice and beat our tail like it's the 2008 Florida Gators. What a great opportunity to have an amazing week of practice. When teams have great weeks of practice, they play well on Friday and or Saturday and or Sunday.
Very well said, by the way. Nicely set up for the weekend. I want to ask you real quick before we get to some of that stuff, some of the hoopla we've heard and seen and read about over the last couple of months. This week it's been discussed by offensive linemen Kason Henry, Boaz Stanley, not calling them out at all, but they were talking about the communication issues. And, it's been mentioned maybe Sellers needs to speak louder, and we didn't hear calls. And, well, what do you do if you don't hear a call? Well, I just walk up and ask him what the play is. Okay. So my Perry, I'm asking you to give us a synopsis of, have you dealt with this? How do you deal with this? I think I'm speaking on behalf of the average fan and maybe even above and below average fan, and trying to figure out how you can't hear your quarterback at home and then you're going to hear them in Baton Rouge. I guess I don't really walk me through this. how did you take all of this?
Yeah, so I mean, number one, like it's kind of a thing when I was coaching, tell the quarterback, like, you got to speak up. They've got to hear what you're saying. Like, I know that sounds super juvenile, but that's just the truth. Like, you got to be able to communicate the play that's called. Offensive line, you need to listen, open up, focus. Like, you can't just be bull in a china shop. I'm going to just run through and not hear parts and then just go and do whatever I want. Like, that is the definition of teams just not having gelled yet together, right? Fall camp's a little bit different than, scrimmaging on a fall Saturday when there's 200 people in the stadium versus the 85,000, whether on the road or at home. It's a completely different thing.
Mm-hmm.
That now knowing that that's a problem, like, just address it, fix it. That's the easiest thing in the world to fix. Just speak up, just listen, right? I sure as heck hope that's the reason. But one of the things from a football coach standpoint, I'm putting my coach hat on here, not former player or former Gamecock. I think that we play very high on the offensive line. I think the guys are standing up. And somebody asked me the other day, they're like, how could somebody as small as some of those guys at South Carolina be pushing our guys who are giants backwards? And it's all leverage, right? If you don't play with good pad level, you're going to get blown off the ball, right? Like, if you get up underneath my chest and have that leverage and you're running your feet, you're going to push me back. Playing with a little bit better leverage. And you've heard me talk about, I'm for the different styles of run games, but I will say, though, having the performances offensively that we've had so far, I do expect them to run Lenoris more this week than we've seen. I think it's something that clearly comes natural to Lenoris. He's incredibly gifted at it. And it makes you play 11 on 11 football versus 10 on 11 when you turn and hand the ball off. So I expect to see more Lenoris run. I expect to see more RPO early. I expect to see quick pass game. To get Lenoris into the game. That's my hope and my wish is that what are we going to do to get Lenoris into the game early, get his confidence up so he can go be the best player in America?
Yeah, I love that. It to me, you mentioned running Lenoris. You mentioned the RPO game and things like that. I think there's a difference in running Lenoris behind five guys who haven't proven it yet collectively this year and running Lenoris in space, right, Perry? Like I've equated, this is the fourth straight day I've done this, so I apologize to our audience because they're probably tired of hearing it. But Mike lives in the beautiful state of Georgia, so he doesn't have this problem. But in South Carolina, we do. Our interstates have a whopping 2 lanes on them. And, then you enter other states and you're like, freedom. I get to go to the 3rd lane and pass this moron who's in the left lane going 60 on a 70. Like down in Florida, Perry, you know how it is. You cross the border into Georgia and then into Florida, 3 lanes, 4 lanes. Ooh, wow.
Oh man, that's a magical feeling, by the way.
It is. And that's kind of where I feel like Lenoris is. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like he's been boxed into the left lane because the guy in front of him is going too slow, and the guys on the right-hand side, they're just enjoying the drive for whatever reason. And if he was able to have a 3-lane or a 4-lane interstate to work with, you get to see him move a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. And I think that, in theory, I think that'd be great. I do think that we haven't called too many straight up Lenoris runs much so far this season, right? We called the QB counter against Virginia Tech. I don't know what we tried to do, like some type of an outside zone with Lenoris on Saturday night, but it looked like the receivers were half running a route, but then we were also pass blocking. Yeah. He tried to run over to the side and then slid over by their sideline, and it just looked completely discombobulated. So
it was weird.
A lot of that, though, guys, is just focus. It's not talent or scheme. It's just focus. Like, were we focused during the week of practice? Were we focused going into a game versus a lesser opponent with the rain delay, with Vakari taking punts back? Oh, we're gonna win. We're gonna just trot out there, run our plays, and just go. Well, South Carolina State had something to say about it. Well, now like, if I'm not focused, they're gonna come in and whoop my ass. And I can't have that. And it's going to be a whole different mentality. And this is the most like tuned up Coach Beamer game of all time coming up Saturday night. Like we have a bad game. Everybody's counting us out. Vandy's going to come in.
Yeah.
Storm into South Carolina. He is going to have these boys absolutely tuned in Saturday night.
Well, I will say this, because I was about to ask you about just 12 touches for Rasul Faison through a couple of games, but let's move past that. We all know that needs to increase. To your point, and kind of going to what the narrative around this game has been for months now, Diego Pavia mentioned it on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. They followed up a question as to why you said week 3, why South Carolina? And he wouldn't say, if you remember. And since then, you talked about the video that came out yesterday, just a couple of days ago. Their left tackle was going to have to see Dylan Stewart on Saturday night. It was like, yeah, we're just going to go in there and, we're going to win. We're going to crush them. And Dylan Stewart, yeah, whatever. Shane Beamer has taken his, to your point, and he is really good at this. You're right about it. He has taken his team this week and said, yeah. Guys, you're going to meet with the media. You're not going to comment on this. We're going to be above that. We're going to be focused on us, and we're going to go play football. But Perry, Shane Beamer. Mike Morgan knows Shane Beamer, and I know Shane Beamer. I don't have 1 ounce of capacity in my brain to think that behind closed doors, this football team doesn't have those things coming out of Nashville. Not at the top of the list. The top of the list is get better, but they're on the radar. And he has a really neat and unique way, in my opinion, of being able to infiltrate the minds of his players with the right things in the right steps. Like, don't make that your center focus, but I'm going to bring it to your attention when I feel like you're not doing what you need to do out on the practice field.
Yeah, I think the vibe that I'm feeling in what I've heard from a couple people is the analogy. Let's use this water bottle. Say this water bottle is empty. Have you ever taken an empty water bottle and you twist it up and you have all the pressure right there at the top, right? Yeah. And basically you feel like when you turn the top off, it just pops out, right? That pressure is kind of it, and I don't mean pressure to perform. I just feel that after the way that we played last week, with the way that Vanderbilt of all schools is coming in here and thinking that and publicly stating that they're going to roll in here and just handle business and move on to the next game. I've been an athlete and a coach a long time, much my whole life. It never bodes well when people come in and start making game day predictions like that. It typically doesn't, and school like Vanderbilt to just go out and start barking like that. It's great. It's great for college football. It's great for me as an attendee of the game. I'm excited to watch highly competitive and tenacious football. We all do. We love that. But Coach Beamer, you're right. He has a way of messaging that gets these kids locked in. And that's my expectation. And I'm not saying that we're going to come out and have 600 yards of offense, but do I think that we're going to do some things a little bit differently than we have to start, like little things like I expect us to get super creative and do something really cool on the first drive. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's a trick play or some type of a double move and a shot to the end zone, but I'm expecting us to be really, really focused. And I tell you, I'm going to laugh my butt off when we go out and rush for 220 in the ground. It's almost like you just know it's going to happen. It's kind of like you roll out, you look. This feeling going into this game is just like the feeling we had against Kentucky last year. Everybody's sitting around being like, "We're rolling into Lexington. They're supposed to be pretty good. We barely squeaked out against Old Dominion. What is going to happen today?" And we went out and buried them quickly. Right? It was a quick bury. And so that's my expectation rolling in there for the team overall. Offensively, we'll be fine.
Can I pass a stat along to you guys? I was looking at it. Jamie, you mentioned Rasul needs to get more carries. Perry, you mentioned Lenore needs to have more design runs. The wide receivers combined in 2 games have caught 15 passes. So I was kind of doing a deep dive on this last night. Do you realize through 2 games, Gamecocks have run, and I realize a lot of this has to do with the special teams touchdowns. Obviously, your offense doesn't get out on the field. 112 plays. That's dead last in the SEC. 112 plays in 2 games. I mean, Tennessee's run over 160 to give you a comparison. Most teams, most of the better teams in the SEC have run 150 something. So to your all's point, I can't imagine a situation where in this game, the offense is going to run fewer than 56 plays, which is what they're averaging. This could be the game where you get 75 plays. You get to run more offense. You get to do all the things. You get to have more runs for your backs, for Lenoris. You get to showcase your receivers a little bit more. But you got to have more than 56 plays to do all that, right?
Yeah.
So, if you start getting in the 70s, which is in a college football game is pretty commonplace, maybe we see a lot more of that.
Mm-hmm. Let me add a couple of quick things to that. I'm not sure if Perry's heard them yet. Mike, I know you've heard me mention it this week. The reasons for that, when you go look at time of possession,
sure,
in both games for South Carolina, they're equal. They're within 30 seconds difference, and they've had the football for 10 minutes less than their opponents. So the question is why? Because time of possession doesn't decide a football game, but what do you do in that time that does? And South Carolina is 7 of 24 on third downs, which is 30%, which is bad. And 13 of their 20 drives have been for 6 plays or less. So as Mike Shula pointed out yesterday, to your point, Mike, like they need to stay on the field. Like they need to convert some first downs. And I know it was pointed out the other day in our chat box, and this is correct, that, hey, by the way, 3 punts have gone to the house. So that's eliminated 3 possessions for them. Got it. But it doesn't eliminate the fact that 60% of the drives are 6 plays or less. And that's a problem.
Yeah, it is. I would just add to that, Perry, as well as anybody, rhythm is a big part of good offense.
It's the part, dude.
Right?
The part.
So how are you developing rhythm if you're getting that few of plays, if you're struggling on third down? Jamie mentioned the yards per play number. So all those things, maybe this is where it all comes together against what I believe is the best opponent Carolina has had through 3 games.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. So one of the things I would love to go back and look, and I'm not sure if you guys have a data guy or you guys are the data guy, but
we have a huge staff of interns. We'll get them on this.
Yeah.
We owe the data guy money right now. He's
go back and chart yards per play on first down.
Mm-hmm.
That will tell your story, and it hasn't been impressive. We've got to quit with the negative plays or the net 0 plays. You've got to get yards on first down. You've got to get yards on first down, and that kills drives, because what happens is on first down is the best drive for you to be unpredictable, because you got a whole new slate of downs. But when you go 2nd and 10, 2nd and 9, 2nd and 11, what are you going to run it? Right. Now, what are the percentages of 2nd and long, 2nd and 7 or more of being pass or run? I would venture to say that it's 80% pass to run. Now you become predictable. And I don't care who you're playing, but when you become predictable on offense of, hey, 2nd and long, they're passing, pin your ears back and go, drop 8 into coverage. It's going to be it's going to be a long it's going to be a long day. It's going to be made for some really, really struggle drives where you struggle to get that momentum early. But it's got to be positive plays on first down. I don't care what it is, run, pass, doesn't matter. You cannot get behind the sticks.
Yeah. Well, and Shula mentioned that yesterday, and you're right. You mentioned the average. Like, you can talk about the average per play on first down, which isn't good. But then when you calculate the pre-snap penalties that have happened on first downs through 2 games this year as well, if you calculate the negative yardage into the plays on first down and other drives where they actually had yardage, it's like less than 1 yard per play on first down on average. Now you get another shot at first down. If you get a 5-yard penalty, I got it. If they move you back, but you're still 5 yards back. So you got to calculate the yardage in, right? So yeah, it's been atrocious to be quite frank. That's where Vanderbilt is pretty good. for anybody wondering, and I've been, and I know we're running out of time here. We only got a couple minutes left, but I have referred to Diego Pavia as a trash quarterback, Perry. Not like I'm not beating the kid or like negative towards him. I mean that in a positive way. Play breaks down. He's a kid who can get trash yards. If it's a play that's not any good, he can just kind of, if it's a trash play, he can figure out how to turn a negative into a positive. We've seen Lenore Sellers do this a lot around here, not as much lately, but a lot in the past.
Yep.
If you're on the defensive side for South Carolina, remember last year, Mike says this all the time. He's dead on. Remember last year, the heartbeat of the defense is the fact that the front four could control the line of scrimmage, dictate what the other offense is going to do, and let everybody else do their job. This group here has come along pretty nicely up front, and now they've had their manhood called out. You don't ever want to see that with an All-American. So what is the game plan? What do they do to control or dictate where Diego Pavia is on the field?
Yeah, I think when you get your hands on him, you got to bring him down first and foremost, and you don't want to give him lanes to wiggle out of to go and make plays. I think this defense has done a really good job of that, especially with athletic quarterbacks of recent. I mean, go back and watch the tape from last year. I think they pushed the line up into him, which every short quarterback like myself hates. You don't want to get your guys that are 6'5" up into your lap, having to try to throw over top of them. It makes for a struggle. So, but what I'm personally expecting to see is the fourth quarter game plan that Vandy took to Virginia Tech, get in the I formation and just run the football and see if we want to toe-to-toe with them, right? They're priding themselves. They're wanting to be a physical team. Are we going to match that physicality and then exceed it? I expect us to do that, but Vanderbilt, they're going to come in and they're going to throw their every last punch that they can. They've got a senior-led team. They've got a QB that's got their guys and their school and fan base bought in on what they're doing. And listen, we're going to have our hands full, but I like South Carolina in this game. I do. I like it. Very similar score to the Virginia Tech game.
Well, that'd be fine with, I think, most people at this point in time.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, certainly.
maybe three touchdowns instead of 2 like they've had in the last 4 games.
Yeah, maybe a little more points than Virginia Tech game.
Yeah, in theory, I'd like it, but I think it'll be I think the game is going to mirror much of what we saw from Virginia Tech, and that's just my prediction. Close, couple big plays where we push ahead late, and defense forces a couple turnovers to win.
And Bakari Swain takes 3 punts to the house. All right. Perry, let us know, or let folks know, I should say, even though your ads run all over the place here, but if they need you, how do they find you?
Yeah, LinkedIn or our website, moultrieins.com. We're getting a whole new website relift to make it look a little bit more sparkly. But no, yeah, moultrieins.com or my LinkedIn page. If you're looking for some insurance needs, we'd be happy to help us see a couple clients or former clients rolling their ads here on the show. So we'll get back and reconnected with some of those guys. But yeah, man, appreciate you guys having me on, and go Gamecocks, and we'll talk to you later on.
Always. Thank you very much, Perry. Yeah. All right. It's 11:32. Mike, we'll hit a timeout. I know we got the Fab Five coming up here in just about 10 minutes or so.
Well. we sure do. And hopefully the picks will be good for all of us involved. The pick is always the right one if you're looking for a new roof or taking care of your current roof with the Leitners, Larry Leitner and Blake Leitner of Mid-State Roofing, nearly 30 years of being the proven leader in the Palmetto State roofing and waterproofing. They provide the proper advice, service, and results for your facility in a manner both safe and pleasing to your operation. You can check out the website, midstateroofing.com. You can give them a call, 803-356-1919, 356-1919. Didn't we establish there's 2 19s on the Gamecock roster earlier this week?
Did we? Vandrevius Jacobs is one, and the other would be
I thought we went over that there were 2.
There might be. I can't remember.
Oh, I can tell you now because DeMarcus Leach. Freshman defensive back out of Abbeville.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So you just think of those 2 guys, and you're halfway through to remembering this phone number, or you can just watch our show every day. 803-356-1919. Mid-State Roofing for all your roofing needs.
Abbeville, God's country, as my buddy
Truly.
Brandon Newell once said. Hey, Nudie, up there in Nashville. All right, we'll step aside. It is obviously September the 11th. We honored this day a little while ago, and obviously had our moment of silence for Charlie Kirk and his family as well. We know it's a somber day to all of you, but we will press forward with the Gamecocks and the Fab Five when we return.
It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on.
Why choose Game Day nuts?
They're so easy to eat.
Don't have to throw the shells away.
Easy for travel. It's like grab and go.
Delicious.
Delicious.
They are delicious.
Never miss a touchdown fumbling with your nuts. Visit GameDayNuts.net. Boiled peanuts. No shell.
There's nothing like Saturday in South Carolina. However you enjoy Gamecock football, Gamecock Traditions has a long-standing legacy of being a part of your game day. From tailgates to touchdowns, Gamecock Traditions has what you need and want with our beloved Block C logo. Get into Gamecock Traditions in Lexington or the Village at Sand Hill, or visit GamecockTraditions.com and have it shipped to your doorstep. We look forward to taking care of your family. Go Gamecocks.
Are your wood floors dirty, scratched, worn, or unsightly? Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution, your solution for dull wood floors that need an upgrade. Our one-day, dustless wood floor refinishing process is simple, effective, and affordable. Our goal is to serve as many customers as possible, so give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365. Or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
The deals have never been bigger at JT's Kia. Get 0% for 72 months. That's 6 years to pay off your vehicle with no interest whatsoever. Get the best deal for your trade. JT pays up to 25% more. JT means just in time to get you approved for a brand new Kia. We're serious about saving you money, and we're doing it with our biggest deals ever. Hurry now to 190 Greystone Boulevard, JT's Kia.
Introducing this year's Carolina Jackpot $5 scratch-off ticket, featuring a chance to win up to $200,000. You can even enter your tickets into the Second Chance promotion. Step on the court for a chance to win $50, $75, or $100,000. This Palmetto Series, let's show who really runs this state.
This crowd, the atmosphere that's going to be in that stadium, ready to explode just as they do each time their Fighting Gamecocks are introduced.
And so this frenzied crowd ready for the kickoff. And the rave breaks out in Columbia.
And what you're about to see is a spectacle unto itself. Let's enjoy.
All right, it is 11:37. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. JC and what's the other guy's name? Phil. Sorry,
dog.
I'm just kidding, Phil. They'll be along here in just a little bit to do some Fab Five. We are powered by our friends at Electric Bikes of Charleston, electricbikescharleston.com, electricbikescharleston.com. Wonderful people. And big-time Gamecock fans, and they've helped so many folks, including the Holbrooks recently, at getting them moving on some EBs. Head to electricbikescharleston.com. One of the things that will be part of the preview show tomorrow, Mike, that I'm saving I didn't get into it with Perry today, but I am going to say I got to make Flint do something this week. He can't just piggyback on everybody else's answers. So him and John Strickland will get a chance to talk about this in the final hour. Is how does Vanderbilt handle fourth down? What do I mean by that? Well, clearly, and by the way, Vandy's special teams, they are really good themselves. Vandy's a pretty good football team. But South Carolina has been lethal at taking kicks back through 8 quarters. 3 of them have gone to the house, and Bakari Swain has all of them, as we well know. The 4th one will set a school record at South Carolina. But much like the game of baseball, personally, for me, I'm always very interested in the game within the game. And on Saturday night, if you're Vanderbilt and you're not backed up inside your own, say, 40-yard line, maybe you're somewhere in the middle of the field, out of field goal range on the other side, obviously you need to punt. Carolina's offense to this point hasn't done much, so it obviously would depend on where this fell in the game and how South Carolina was playing. But if it's 4th and a little bit too long, are you going for it? Are you trying to punt it away from Bakari Swain? Sometimes when you try to do that, it creates issues for your punter. You can see shanks and all kinds of crazy stuff happen. But does this encourage the Diego Pavia-led offense in the Vanderbilt Commodores to say, Carolina offensively, just they're not that scary? I'm okay with giving them the ball on the 50 because I don't think that they can score if we don't convert 4th down here. I'd much rather do that than punt it to Bakari Swain. So I think there's a lot of interest in how Vandy, if they get to 4th down and where those distances are, how they'll handle it.
Yeah, I was looking at. Part of the problem with dissecting a lot of the stats this early is almost everybody has played a cupcake.
Yeah.
Right. 100%. So Vandy had Charleston Southern. All due respect to the Buccaneers, that was their week 1 opponent. They didn't have to break a sweat on that one. But they've only gone for it on 4th thus far one time. They're 1 for 1 on 4th down. 4th down. Carolina's let's see, offensively, Carolina's 3 for 3.
Or 3. Oh yeah. That's right.
Pretty good.
3 for 3. Yeah, you're right. Yep.
Yeah. You know what else I was looking at? Just putting Vanderbilt under a microscope. So their top 2 wide receivers are Trey Richardson and then Junior Sherrill, right?
No relation to Jackie, by the way.
No relation. Trey Richardson is 5'10", $175. Junior Sherrill is 5'11", 203. We've talked about how long the Gamecock secondary is. Be very curious how that matchup looks in the Vanderbilt passing game, because I don't think Vanderbilt's going to be able to run all over this Gamecock defense the way they did against Virginia Tech in that second half. I mean, their backs, Alexander's averaging 7 yards a carry. Young is averaging 10.5. Pretty inflated numbers. I don't think that's the way this game works. Just as Perry mentioned, first down, a big key. Third down conversion is going to be a huge key in this game. I have a feeling there might be several of them. And that's where, again, guys like Pavia and Sellers are difference makers because they can beat you in multiple ways, even if the passing games are not on fire. Eli Stowers, of course, is a difference maker. He's a pro. Number 9, the tight end, certainly a guy to look out for. They went heavy in the portal this year because Vanderbilt has to. Vanderbilt doesn't get blue chip recruiting classes, so they're depending on a lot of guys in the portal. Their best defensive lineman, a guy that you'll want if you're trying to keep Lenoris clean, is Corday Sidnor, 96, 11.5 career sacks, former Purdue Boilermaker. They've got 6 sacks so far on the year. But, they don't have like a standout. They certainly don't have a Dylan Stewart. They don't have anybody like that. They don't have that type of athlete still. Now, they're better. As I like to say, they're not your older brothers, Vanderbilt, where you can just out-athlete them and, take your take your paycheck, take your double-digit victory, and go home. That's not what this team is. They have enough athleticism to make you very uncomfortable, and they just know how to win. They're very well coached. I think Clark Lee's done a terrific job. And Pavia is a difference maker. Now, I personally wouldn't have been talking all that smack in ahead of this game, but he has chosen to do so, and we'll see how it pans out for him. I am still amazed. The line started at 8.5. It's down to 4.
4.5.
Casinos.
Yeah.
Well, 4.5 or 4. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sports books. 5 of the major 8 that have it down to 4. They say you about $500,000 has to go on a game to lower it 0.5 point.
Yeah.
So if you start doing the math, $4.5 million extra has gone on Vanderbilt. I'm not saying that much action has been taken on this game, but in general, that's kind of the rule of thumb.
Well, if you're taking Carolina, take them now, because I think it has the chance to. We'll talk to Raphael tomorrow, but I think it'll end up settling around 5 or 5.5 again before they kick. That's my personal feel on it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've never been good at predicting. I can always predict what the open line is. I thought 8.5 was I probably would have had a 7.5. I would have had it a point lower. But then after that, what the Sharks do and what people do, it's really hard to predict. How much of this is love on Vandy and how much of this is a little sour on Carolina. I think for a lot of people, it's as simple as this, Jamie. They looked at the common opponent, and they looked at Carolina getting all they could handle on a neutral field against Virginia Tech, and they looked at Vandy, and they looked at that final score, and they looked at a 31-0 second half, and they said, advantage Vandy. Let me take these points. Let me play the Commodores. I think for a lot of people, it's as simple as that.
Well, I think you're spot on. I don't think most people get too in the weeds on this thing,
right,
when it comes to laying the cash, and this makes it easy for them because they do have a common opponent in the first 2 weeks of this season.
Yeah, which is so uncommon.
Yeah, exactly. Common being uncommon. I've got a number for you. You mentioned third. You could take this to the booth on Saturday night because you'll be calling the game on the Elite Media Network. You're welcome to this. No rights fees or anything like that.
Okay.
You mentioned third down. Carolina 7 of 24 this season on third down. Not good enough. They need to be better on first down to improve those numbers on third down, but they also still need to convert better on third down. Just period. The end. That's 30%. We know that. Since Diego Pavia arrived, I mentioned these numbers yesterday. They will be part of the preview show tomorrow as well. Since Diego Pavia arrived, meaning the entire 2024 season and now the first 2 games of the 2025 season, they've won 9 games, right? In those 9 games, Vanderbilt has converted at a 54% clip on third down. Now, one of those wins, keep in mind, was a very ugly one, but it counted. 17-7 against Auburn. And they were just 4 of 16 converting third downs in that ball game, okay? So you take out that ugliness, and they're converting at a 59% clip on third downs in their wins, all right? But 54 overall because a win is a win. In their losses, 35% on third downs. So I think it's the name of the game this week, period, the end. I think third down will decide the football game for Vanderbilt and South Carolina. Gamecocks have won enough games with Lenore Sellers at quarterback, not converting a lot of third downs, but I don't know that this offense is there yet to be able to do that, Mike. So I think that they've got to improve that number. But if Vanderbilt's clipping it at 45, 50, 55% this weekend, I don't think that's boding well for South Carolina.
Yeah, agreed. And then, of course, I mean, everybody is going to be taking a close look. I watched an interview with Case and Henry yesterday, just talking about the offensive line and some of the struggles with communication that he was talking about. But I think everybody's going to be focused on that front 5 and, what does that look like? Is Vandy getting heat with 4? Is Faison and Attaway running into a log jam in the middle because there's no crease, there's no hole? This is a good litmus test for this offensive line going forward, because what is ahead, once you get past this Missouri, Kentucky, then the bye, that 5-game stretch, starting on the road with LSU, that's your season in so many ways. And it's brutal. It's brutal. Now, no one's going to feel sorry for him because, I mean, my favorite stat that I saw today was from a guy named Brett Cernia, who does a great job with Pick Six previews. There are 5 teams left in the SEC unranked, right? 11 are ranked, 5 are unranked. The 5 unranked, Texas plays all 5 of them.
Yeah.
Oklahoma plays 0.
Mm-hmm.
They don't play any of the unranked. Again, difference in conference schedule. Not all 8-game slates are built the same. And Carolina's got that 5-game stretch where ranked, really good opponents and teams that can give you headaches. So some of the things that have been an issue, and everybody's got them. There's no team pitching a perfect game right now. But those issues that Carolina has showed, those warts, so to speak, here's a good chance to kind of clean some of that up.
100%. I asked Rob yesterday, who's the best team in the SEC? I mean, it's only 2 weeks in. Okay, I'm saying right now, like as it stands today, people will hear that and go, well, it's too early to tell. Not asking that. I know it's too early to tell who's going to be the best team in the SEC. I'm saying after 2 weeks, and you pointed out earlier, which is exactly how I phrased it, some guys have played cupcakes. Most everybody's played a cupcake somewhere. Some guys have played really good teams on the road. Some guys have played a good team at home. Some guys have played a good team or a decent team in a neutral site. There's a lot of variables, but based on what we've seen, is there a consensus this is right now as it stands today the best team in the SEC? Is there one?
Giving an answer on 2 games to me is kind of premature.
Well, it is, but if you had to pick, like I said, LSU, LSU right now.
If I had to pick, I would go LSU as well. However, if Georgia goes into Knoxville and takes care of Smokey, then you can put me along with millions of other people right on the Georgia bandwagon.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, they haven't played anybody either to this point. And again, none of us are going to know. Like, okay, let me get back to the reason I was asking that, because you pointed out the Oklahoma-Texas difference in schedules, right? And so if I ask you without looking, what week do you feel like we'll have a fair evaluation, the fairest evaluation we could have of the Texas Longhorns? What week do you think that would be? How deep into the season?
Well, you want to give me the schedule? I need a little help on that. I don't have that in front of me.
And that's the point. That's a great answer. And here's why: because we know that they went to Ohio State.
I can tell you this much: I'll be in Dallas to call Texas Oklahoma, which has been on my bucket list for years. Mm-hmm. That's going to give a lot of answers for both those teams.
Well, that's it. That's the one. And as it stands right now, Mike, as we're talking in the moment, not projecting to the future, the reason for that is because they lost by 1 touchdown at Ohio State, not what some of the national media wants to take. They didn't lose by 7 touchdowns. They lost by 1 touchdown on the road. In the Horseshoe. Then they beat San Jose State. Now they play UTEP. Then they play Sam Houston. You're not going to know anything about them as far as are they the best team in the league after those games.
Gosh, is that cupcakey?
It's and then they go to Florida.
They called the bakery. Woo, did they call the bakery?
Dude, and they again have the easiest SEC schedule.
Schedule.
Now Oklahoma's more of a challenge. I think Florida's more of a challenge than last year,
but but then they go to Florida October the 4th. Do y'all know who Florida's going to be on October the 4th? Because I don't.
Well, they could be talking about Billy Napier's buyout by then. They might be doing that. What time is the LSU? That's a night game, right? In Baton Rouge. So they could be doing that at about 11:30 Eastern time.
Listen, I have some knowledge to share, not knowledge. Don't be surprised if Florida wins that game.
Well,
I would be surprised.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised.
I would be surprised.
I'm just saying.
Well, it's not crazy. No, you're right.
You've seen that series through
Yeah.
Nick Saban lost to the Zucker at home the year he won the national title. You know,
That's
3
right.
there.
That's right.
I mean, that series is weird, dude. I mean, you never know. The shoe throwing incident. I mean, you know, just and I'm telling you, Florida can go on. If LSU's kind of not in sync on offense, and Florida can run the ball, and they get some big play, we get a low scoring game.
I'm sorry. I'm not buying this LSU is not in sync on offense narrative that's out there at all.
They've scored 40 points in 2 games.
Yeah, well, first of all, they went to Clemson in week 1, and so I'll give them a pass on that. And I know that they beat La Tech 23-7 last week, but we talk about letdown games all the time. What's more of a letdown game than that? Coming off of a trip to the upstate and then Florida coming in the next week.
I said if, right? Just let's examine the word if they're not in sync, and Florida's probably not going to play as poorly and lethargically as they did last week. You know, I mean, maybe they will. I don't know. I don't care about Florida. I mean, I just assume LSU win it, you know, my personal taste. But I was just thinking about it today. I was like, stranger things have happened.
Yeah. Well, look, the point spread is not that big. So,
7.5.
Yeah, Vegas agrees with you, JC. I mean, it's not like from a talent standpoint, it's not a gross mismatch. Chris Doring on SEC Now did a video breakdown of their problems on offense. You know, people talk about what Carolina's lacking. DJ Lagway, 5-star this, 5-star that, missing open receivers and being inaccurate. That is front and center on that. Of all the other issues, they had open wide receivers. I mean, Doring was breaking it down, and you're looking at it like wide open tight end here, open wide receiver there, making the wrong read, making a bad throw. At the end of the day, if you can't do that and at a high level, if you can't read defenses, process, and be accurate, you can be he's big, he's mobile, all that stuff's great, and that's fun to talk about, but you got to find the guy and deliver the ball on target. That's still the most important thing of a quarterback. That hadn't changed in 150 years.
Yeah.
See, but he could find it this way, and you got
he could, he might, yeah.
You
look,
know, and Jaden Ball is just I still think he's a load. You know, now Billy Napier's offense it leaves a lot to be desired, and Florida fans are never going to like it. But that's type of offense. If you play well on defense, and you can put pressure on Nussmeier, and they have the athletes to do so, and force a low-scoring game in Baton Rouge, you can control the ball, kick field. Hopefully they can kick field goals and win. I don't mean to sound like Steve Spurrier and Shane Matthews here, guys. Those guys are always they're always optimistic.
Well, that's why they won.
I don't know if Shane's that optimistic.
Probably, I'm sure Mike's talking to Shane Matthews lately.
Shane is one like Shane doesn't give a you know what as a former player. He tells it like it is, and he'll come right out and tell you he didn't think Lagway's that good. And he just doesn't. Just like he didn't think Anthony Richardson was that good.
He may need some time.
Well, yeah, he's a true
Anybody
sophomore.
thought about that?
Well, yeah, but they don't. That's the problem is they don't have time. There is no time.
No, Billy Napier doesn't have time. And DJ Lagway probably doesn't have time either because I'm pretty sure if Napier gets fired, he's hitting the portal.
Well, that's the thing. Those two are like linked together. This is the problem when you put all your stock as a coach into like, you don't want to fire me because I got you DJ Lagway. You don't want to fire me because he might transfer. Well, now if you,
I wouldn't care. Yeah, I'd go ask the head ball coach and Shane Matthews what they thought.
Well, Shane thinks the kid behind him is actually better.
Shoot, let him go. But
I want to get back to Georgia, Tennessee for a second.
I have one funny thing to say.
Oh, go ahead.
Just one.
So, someone I know well, myself, the other night was texting people saying Billy Napier was calling plays kind of like Forrest Gump because he kind of sounds like Forrest Gump. I will take responsibility for this, and so I would say me and DJ was like peas and carrots. That's probably not funny to y'all, but it's probably funny to some in the audience. I don't know. Maybe I bombed that, but anyway, I'm sorry. Georgia, Tennessee, intriguing game.
Yeah, I like. As you mentioned, Jamie, Georgia hadn't played anybody fair. They usually play that powerhouse non-con like a Clemson, like they did last year.
Yeah.
And then they beat up on Clemson, and then everybody was like, yeah, this just in, Georgia's good. And then the thriller in Tuscaloosa happened, and everybody's like, oh, and then the warts showed up, and they lead the nation in drops, and they're not very good running the ball, which is so un-Kirby-like, and even their defense is not as good. And what do? They win the SEC and beat Texas twice. If they go into Knoxville and win that game impressively, tell me a reason why I wouldn't pick Georgia to win the SEC again. People say, well, Gunnar Stockton's not this, he's not that.
Tennessee may not be very good, and they've had Tennessee's number since Kirby's and Heupel have been there.
Right.
Kirby knows how to stop that offense.
He's the kryptonite.
They stop dead in the tracks.
Mm-hmm.
But
I don't have any reason why they couldn't.
Why would it?
Georgia's a contender, dude. I mean, there's no question. But
they're but at the beginning of the year, everybody was like Georgia, Texas, Bama. Well, people have already kicked Bama off of that train. So now it's Georgia, Texas, and then maybe some people are getting higher on LSU, right? And who knows? I mean, it could be Oklahoma, it could be somebody that we're not talking about. If Georgia goes into Knoxville and they do what they typically do against Tennessee, I think the updated odds of winning the SEC, it's right back to Georgia. It's the safest bet you can make in the Southeastern Conference under Kirby.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that's a tribute to them. But I'll give you a few reasons. They have not beaten Alabama outside of the state of Indiana since, since before, like Saban's first year. So that's a big game in 2 weeks if they beat Tennessee. Kentucky comes to town at Auburn. Ole Miss comes to Athens. They got the game against Florida. And then in November, they have Texas. And Georgia Tech, of course, is at Mercedes-Benz this year. It'll be basically a home game. There's some Georgia's schedules. Look, I think people are dogging on Georgia right now, though, because of the Austin Peay game. But, hey, 3 teams within 100, 200 miles of each other all had rain delay Saturday, and they all look like dog do for vast stretches against Troy, Austin Peay, and SC State. I don't know if there's a correlation there, but it's just it's not awfully coincidental.
Hey, those 3 games speak for yourself.
Ole Miss, Texas, Alabama. Last year they were all road games. They're all between the hedges.
I know they have to beat Alabama at home at some point, or just in the state of Georgia. Yeah, at some point. They had the one win up in Indy when it seemed like half Alabama's team got hurt that night.
Nick Saban's not walking through that door.
No, and last year they dominated the second half down there, and Georgia still hasn't lost a home game since 2019 to the Gamecocks.
Yeah.
So this decade, they have not lost a game between the hedges. Now, they haven't had this year's great for their fans because they finally have some big home games. Some of these years, it's like Auburn's our biggest home game. Auburn's terrible, Yeah. But that's fascinating. I do think you'll see if Georgia wins, people jump back on the bandwagon because there's a kind of a groundswell for Tennessee right now. They're like, Tennessee could have beat them. I think it's kind of just based on last week because Tennessee ran it up on ETSU.
Can I ask all y'all a quick favor/question?
What's that?
My head's about to explode. Can we get these picks in?
Yeah, let's go. All right, come on.
You need to go get that avocado.
Already had one. Go ahead.
Oh, man.
Let's play the Fab 5 Pick'em contest, presented by Gamecock Traditions and GameDayNuts.net. Order your gear and tailgate snacks today.
Well, that sounds great. And you know what? It'll be nice having a little extra cash to bet on college football. Yeah, I'd like to bet $100.
You want to pick a team?
No, just take it.
Play your Fab 5 now in the Chief Sports app and win.
All right. My apologies. I wasn't trying to be rude, but I've been sick and I'm trying to be better so I can party with Mike Morgan tomorrow night. We're going to be hitting 5 points and
late night.
Platinum West.
Let's do it, man.
A little after salty nut, some late night beers. I'm just kidding.
Bar none. 5 a.m.
Here, by the way, before we do anything, congratulations to JJ Laughlin, who won week 1. JJ, we've got your email. We'll be sending them to Game Day Nuts to Game Day Nuts and Gamecock Traditions, you will get emails from both of them with gift cards. Congratulations, JJ. Week 2, Bobby Lolly, I believe. Lally.
Bobby Lolly?
Bobby Lolly.
I love that name. Way to go, Bobby Lolly.
I'm going to go with Bobby Lolly. If it's something different, let me know. I screwed it up. I hate screwing names up. My apologies.
Mr. Bobby Lolly. Mr. Bobby Lolly.
Week 2. So you'll both be getting some emails with congratulations, and then you'll get some emails with prizes.
Did anybody go 5-0?
No, we've been 2
Go
4-1s. Yeah, 2 4-1s.
And none of us have gone 5-0.
No. As you can see, I definitely didn't.
I went 4-1 week 1, 2 and 3 last week, and then I think y'all went 4-1. JC and Mike, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Bingo.
Wow, I didn't even.
Well, 3 and 2 on JC, 4 and 1 for Mike.
Yeah, I was 4 and 1 the first week. It's my standard.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, what do we got on the agenda?
Let's show it up there. Let's bring it.
Let's bring
Jamie,
it.
you're going to love the first game because you've been talking about it for weeks.
Oh, I bet I know where it is.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
You've been calling it.
Yeah.
Clemson, 2.5-point favorite at Georgia Tech. A lot of engineering majors from various countries around the world will be in attendance cheering on the Yellow Jackets. Go ahead, Jamie, say it. You know you want to.
Clemson covers.
No, you didn't. No. You have been talking Georgia Tech to win this game outright for months. Come on now.
Yeah, I know, but the health of Haynes King is the concern. They don't win the game without Haynes King.
That's a big concern.
Yeah, Clemson covers.
Oh, goodness. Let's assume Haynes King is ready to go.
Oh, then Clemson covers by 0.5 point.
All right, what are you hearing? What's the latest on King?
My sources inside of the Georgia Tech locker room tell me.
Well, you're well connected, part of the Chief Network, our Chief Network Georgia Tech correspondent. All right, so you're taking Clemson.
No, I'm taking. I said Clemson needed to be careful in this game, and I do think they need to be careful. But I'm trying to beat you, bozos, for the third straight year. So I'm taking Clemson to cover the 2.5.
Okay,
I'll be honest with you. Let me be perfectly honest. If it was 3.5, if it was 3.5, I would take Georgia Tech.
Okay,
but I'm taking
not.
Clemson to 2.5.
Okay,
Clemson by a field goal.
I will also take Clemson. JC.
Tigers.
Yeah, we're all of one accord here.
Unanimous.
I think it's going to be a close game. But this is exactly the time after the first 2 weeks of grumbling. Yeah, this is what Dabo does. And Georgia Tech hadn't even been competitive with them in years. So, healthy Haynes King, maybe I'm thinking it's time. It's not time.
All right. Game number 2, you know where I'm going on this. I'm taking Georgia laying the 3.5 in Knoxville against Smokey. JC, not a smoker. What do you have?
I'm going to go with the Dogs.
A little homage there.
Step on their face with a
hobnail boot. Lay down. Mad Dog.
Yeah, I'm going with the Dogs as well. I'm not going to overthink this one.
Can we actually agree on the first 2 games unanimously, Jamie?
No, I'm taking Tennessee.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Taking the Vols.
Georgia by a field goal.
Oh. Living on the razor's edge.
You're like a young Lee Corso in many ways. We just need to get like a headgear for you every week. All right, Arkansas at Ole Miss. The Rebs a 7-point favorite. We'll start with Sherb Nation.
Man, I'm going with Arkansas to cover, but Ole Miss to win. Because, and not that I think Arkansas is that good. I just think Ole Miss has some things they need to work out. And this series, with the exception of last year, is it at Ole Miss?
Yeah. Lord Hemingway Stadium.
Does that mean Ole Miss beat Arkansas 63-31 in Fayetteville last year? I didn't realize that was
it was a turnover fest for
holy cow.
Arkansas.
Well, the exception of last year, this is a wild series, man. I mean, it's usually pretty competitive and close. Lots of overtime games, lots of miracle finishes. I'm going to go with the Hogs to cover. I think they'll throw they think this is a winnable game. I think they'll throw everything at them and cover, but I think just like last week, Ole Miss gets out alive.
All right, Bad Dog.
I concur. I think Arkansas covers, but Ole Miss ultimately wins.
The contrarian, Jamie Bradford.
Yeah, I like Arkansas, and so I think that they hang in there. So they cover.
That was not very contrarian of you.
Oh, sorry.
I will also take Arkansas. Boy, there's way too much agreement on this thing. Thank you, Craig. You might be the only person that got that reference. Florida at LSU. LSU is a 7.5-point favorite at home. Mad Dog Mullinex.
Yeah, go Tigers. Yeah, that's we got LSU covering that 7.5 against a Florida team who trying to find themselves.
JB.
Golly, I just looked at the Arkansas injury report. I don't feel as good as I felt about 30 seconds ago. But I made the
what
pick.
Key player is out?
Well, I don't. They got 3 wide receivers out, but I think a couple of those guys have been out. I mean, there's 10 guys questionable, doubtful, or out, including 2 on the defensive line, a punter. So 3 on the defensive line. Oh, man. That's all right. I already made the pick. You got to live with it. What are we talking about? What's the game? LSU, Florida? No, I like LSU. LSU.
I will also take LSU. JC.
Go Tigers.
Oh, come on, man. After all that mess 10 minutes ago.
I was going to say.
Again. The word if.
All the analysis on, Florida, LSU, Georgia, Tennessee. It's like, give me Georgia.
I can see LSU's defense too, like rallying, and then they win like 23-13, and then Gator fans are continuing to gripe about the offense. I just LSU will find a way to get a 10-point win, but there's an if there, and don't be surprised. But that doesn't mean I'm going to sacrifice my excellence. And my big start on the Fab Five, making risky decisions. Call me the Mike Shula of the Fab Five.
All right.
I mean, no disrespect there.
No.
But it has been conservative.
This goes out to Michael Smith, Jordan Dingle, Maurice Brown, Brady Hunt. Will a Gamecock tight end score a touchdown? Jamie Bradford, Mr. Nuts himself, leading off.
Yes, absolutely. Why not? Let's give him 2.
Well, you don't get extra points for that, but
one's good, more's better.
Duly noted that you have multiple tight end touchdowns.
Never miss a touchdown fumbling with your nuts. GameDayNuts.net.
I will also say yes. I think it's in the red zone time. Nice little conservative pass. Use one of those big bodies. Shield the defender. Lenoris puts it right on target. I mean, between the numbers in the hands. Touchdown.
Yeah.
JC.
Because they threw a touchdown pass to the tight end last year up there, I'm going to say no.
No. Mad Dog.
I'm going with yes. I'm going with yes. We haven't seen it yet, so it's long overdue.
3 yeses, 1 no. And the tiebreaker for those participating in the Fab 5 Challenge, located on the Chief Sports app, playing for tremendous prizes. Total yards for Diego's Smack Talk Pavia. Mad Dog, will start with you on that one. Diego plays mad, you are mad.
Yeah. 189. That's where I'm going.
189. Jamie.
I'm going to go 247. He had 231 last year. 247.
Dude, that's exactly the number I had. That's
really?
Scary. Yes.
All right, I'll go with 246.
No. You earned it. You had the pole position. I'll do prices right.
Yeah, you're going to go one up?
I'm going 248.
Yeah.
248. By the way, last year against Alabama, he had over 300 total yards in that win. That was kind of his signature game, just FYI. Yeah. JC.
283.
Ooh.
That's a good number. That's a good number.
That's a healthy
By the way,
number.
that number that I gave was in honor of JC as the owner of thebigspur.com. That's why I chose it.
24/7. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I had my 247 shirt laid out for me to wear today, but I did not.
It's okay. You look fine.
All right. Are these up on the app now or later today?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock today. They will be up and ready to go. Get them in there. Maybe we'll have our first 5-0. You never forget your first 5-0. It's something you hold sacred. It really is. You know, just be gentle, be safe. Try to get that 5-0. Remember it for a lifetime. You can tell your children about it, your grandkids, what the mood was. Was there a fire crackling? Is there alcohol involved? We don't know, but you'll remember it if you go 5-0. And that does it for the Fab Five. Week number 3.
All right.
Thank you, Mariachi.
Yeah. Somebody's going to win.
Ring true here.
Somebody isn't. Remember, get your Carolina Jackpot scratch-offs as well. Somebody could.
Yes.
You could win some gift cards with us, but you can win $100,000 with them. Carolina
that buys
Jackpot.
a lot of nuts.
It sure does.
That doesn't.
Buy yourself a brand new Kia while you're at it.
I am excited to get to Columbia tomorrow, but I'm also excited next weekend to finally be home for a game where I can hand out game day nuts and hand out pimento cheese from Nana's porch and eat all the things in my own home that I enjoy and not have to worry about traveling. So JC and I have been getting the updates. Pimento cheese is in stock and flying off the shelves. nanasporch.com. Right, Schubert?
That's correct, my friend.
Remember the last time you were at my house, you ate all my pimento cheese?
You reminded me of it constantly.
Yeah, I know. It was a dark day in history.
So does my wife.
That's okay.
Nah.
That's what friends are for, man.
That's right.
Hey, I have no regrets.
No, not at all. No.
No, I know you don't.
I thought you had more. I didn't even realize I'd done it. Sorry.
Dude, it's not a big deal. I know where to find it. I just thought it was funny. I was like, damn. I kind of wanted some of
That's
that.
funny.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
all right.
Delicious crackers out there, and it was very good.
Mike, I guess I'll give you a holler tomorrow. I'm assuming.
Yeah, man. Hope we can hook up.
Yeah.
Hope we can hook up. Maybe head to D's or something.
I'll be in
Grab a
town
bite.
tomorrow afternoon and ready to do whatever it is we do as long as I can actually breathe.
Yeah, get healthy for crying out loud.
Yeah, I'm on the
Drink
back
some
end of
tea,
this thing.
Do something. Got a
I live with a
Z-Pack
doctor.
handy?
Yeah. Well, it's funny because Carrie takes care of everybody else. I tell her I'm sick. She's like, "You'll be fine."
You're on your own, kid.
Okay, thanks. Preview show tomorrow. Matt will be back. Strickland, Flint, Esparza, Chef Will, and what's becoming the best segment on television. And also tomorrow we're going to get about 2 minutes of chaotic live viewing from the setup in Somerville for the chaos on Sunday for Palm Casual. Live viewing of, you won't believe this. It's crazy. It's crazy. So Weasel is going to live for just about 2 minutes. It's going to be a jam-packed program tomorrow. How about that? JC, you ready to fly down and get some furniture?
No.
All right.
I've got plans on Sunday.
Oh,
okay. There you go. Yeah.
But no. We have to get rid of like more stuff before I bring anything else into this house.
Have a yard sale.
How effective was that?
You know how it works.
So, like I saw the couch for $2. It's like, how about 50 cents?
How about no?
Negotiation tactics, the likes I've never seen.
Ugh.
1987 high society for $5. You got to be crazy.
Yeah. Well done.
I should not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around, all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
24 years later, we remember the lives that were lost in New York City, at the Pentagon, and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. We thank the brave heroes that spared more lives lost on this dreadful day, and we pray for those who continue to grieve with this American tragedy. 9/11, 2001. We remember. We will always remember.
Oh, 24 years seems like yesterday. Never forget what happened on that fateful, I believe it was a Tuesday morning. Talk about terrible Tuesdays. But Yeah, somber day today, JC, as we kick off Inside the Gamecocks, the show here on a September 11th. Of course, we'll never forget what happened, terrorist strikes 24 years ago. And of course, our, thoughts and prayers are all that we can extend to the family of Charlie Kirk after what happened in Utah yesterday. But we got a lot of healing needs to go on today. And hopefully we can keep our minds in the right mindset to heal as opposed to destroy. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mentioned it briefly on coffee this morning because you just don't want to stick your head in the sand. But people don't tune in for the political opinions. Right?
That's right.
And it's not a political situation. It's a assassination. I mean, I don't think everybody agreed with others that have been assassinated through the years, but it makes you feel sad for our country. And then some of the reactions on social media from certain people have really made me sick to my stomach. And I don't understand where some people's head of these lunatics out here. I don't understand where their head's at all.
No,
it's politics. A large majority of it's fake and performative, folks. And you've been fed some kind of doctrine that makes you believe that, just crazy stuff. And, crazy people that are mentally ill believe stuff like that. They're not intelligent enough to look up things for themselves, and they react in certain ways. And that's on both sides. So who knows? What killed it for me was Charlie Kirk was one of those guys. And I'll say it in this part of it. I appreciated the fact he always looked for conversation. He was, had his convictions and beliefs. Didn't agree with everything. I don't agree with most people 100% on most things, but I appreciated the fact he was all about dialogue and talking things through. And he said over and over again, when we stop talking, that's when the shooting and wars happen. And agree, disagree or not, that's supposed to be the American way. And somehow this country's lost it. And 9/11, I'm sure the same lunatics have that, because a lot of the same people worship Osama bin Laden and all of a sudden think he's a good guy. And so, we always, those of us that have common sense and were around during that time, obviously remember 9/11. I remember where I was at USC Upstate and dropped my math class because the lady decided to teach while this was going on. There was no news. There's no news on my cell phone or anything back then. It was 2001. So I went back to Greenville, and I remember obviously the game was canceled with Bowling Green and Urban Meyer that weekend with the Gamecocks. They were supposed to play Urban Meyer's Bowling Green game. That could have been scary to play those guys, but they ended up playing Wofford at the end of the year. And then Carolina, of course, played the first game back against Mississippi State on a Thursday night. I was at a bachelor party for our friend Skip, his first one. And we watched the game in Greenville, and that was a crazy night. Drove to Beaufort for the daggum wedding the next day. That was a long ride. But anyway, it was a sad time. And it changed a lot. 9/11 changed a lot. I think that, as children of the 90s, we all look back on the 90s fondly. Not a lot of wars. Economy was good. Lots of great art being made, movies, music, whatever. I think every generation kind of clings to, the music of their time. But if you look back on it, the music and movies and everything from that era is still very popular nowadays. Gen Xers. And a lot of our country was a little innocent until that happened, that day. And obviously there were decisions made as far as how to respond to it as a country, and away we go. So that's the lives that were lost that day. I mean, and as somebody who used to fly all the time, I mean, I just couldn't imagine what was going through the minds of those folks. And I mean, it just and their families, I mean, it's just a sad day. sad day. But, we rallied. It took something like that for our country to rally and come together, be it for a short period of time. And I hope it doesn't take something like that. I hope people sort of calm down and all that. But a lot going on out there. So, Chuck says he served on the USS Theodore Roosevelt during 9/11. God bless our country and military. Amen, Chuck.
That's all right.
Doc got trapped in Baltimore in a rental car, drove home with Enterprise calling, demanding you bring the car back. I said it'll be in Greenville, South Carolina.
Right.
No kidding. Queen of the Cocks, who serves our country bravely. Absolutely dreadful day. There should have been nothing political about it. The man was exercising his first. I was talking about Charlie. Man was exercising his First Amendment right to promote healthy debate among youth. It's a sick world we live in. Yeah, and I could see if he was a guy that was militaristic and went out there and incited violence and said he wanted to round up people he didn't agree with or that didn't, live the way he thought they should, stuff like that. And there are some crazy people out there that espouse that kind of rhetoric, but he didn't. I mean, hey, look, some may think he was kind of a smartass and a know-it-all. Well, yeah, you don't deserve it. Maybe so. That may be valid, but you don't deserve to lose your life for that.
Yeah.
When in the United States of America do we just kill smartasses and know-it-alls? Because if we did, there'd be nobody left on television. There'd be nobody. I mean, hey, I may get. Come on. I mean, let's get real here. So. Hope says not enough people talk and have conversations. That's the problem. Mental health. Doc says mental health in this country is as bad as it's ever been. Sad indeed. And you know what's crazy? Everybody talks about it more than they ever have. You hear all the time, mental health this, mental health that, mental health days. Everybody's hyper aware of it way more than they ever have been. And what's it done? Yeah, frankly, I mean, what era are we in? We're in an era where there's a lot of lunatics. Quite frankly, it's feminized a lot of young men. The era we're in. I mean, I just call it like I see it, man. And it's not. So it's amazing to me, Doc, that we talk about that all the time, and people focus on it for the first time, really, in our history, and look at what's happened. How does that happen? I have problems with like doctors, medical doctors nowadays. I mean, was it the pandemic that threw the whole thing off, or are they focused on something else? I mean, because whatever, talking mental health all the time now is just, it hasn't worked, and it's crazy. Like my dad, he passed away in 1995. He had some issues. He probably should have, been diagnosed with bipolar or something. But back then they didn't do anything about it.
No, yeah.
But now I don't know. That's another show though.
That's right. Yeah, that's
another show.
That's another show.
Rock
okay.
Said, no
Diego Pavia. No.
Yeah. Yeah. So
no, I know. Yeah. There are a lot of things that we need to address and just, we need to do it with level heads and level hearts.
Doc does have an answer for you. No funding. The hospital's all closed, and now they roam streets. Yeah, they need to invest in that. That would be something bipartisan. I think they could get into, right? More mental health, and then I'm sure the one side that likes to spend money would do that, and then the other side needs to get probably to get them to agree to spend the money. You probably could say, look, you need to go back to some involuntary commitments. You have to be careful with that, but and you have to make sure that, you clearly define what that means, but you could get some of these folks off the street. I mean, we've seen the horror of what happened right up the road in Charlotte. I mean, that's
right. Yeah.
So you're absolutely right. So, Kreger says he was in the windows of the World 110 stories up in the World Trade Center on August 11th, 2001. Wow.
Yeah. Kreger told us about that. Yeah, I'm talking to me and Dina at the MARTA station. It's wild, man.
I was helping Latte Lance with his ticket.
He's right. Yeah.
Those machines are way more complex than they should be. Doc says a little less on war and a little more on helping our fellow humans. Yeah. I mean, and humans in our country.
Right. Yeah.
If you
a little help for our fellow Americans, let's say.
Apparently, there's thousands of NGOs, non-governmental organizations that get billions of dollars in funding to help other countries around. According to, I mean, shoot, I could go on and on. It's just sad. And, I'm glad I talk sports because I'm probably, unless the guy, the Clemson fan in his mom's basement decides to target me or something, the guy that keeps up with everything we say, the loser, if he snaps, but my point is I'm pretty safe. Everybody's safe, usually in sports, but we kind of go out and talk to people in the public and our faces out there and people know where I live and stuff like that. And, I'm not saying at all that I would be in any danger or anything. That'd be the most arrogant thing in the world to say. And I can assure you that's not it. But what if I had decided to talk politics and do exactly what I'm doing now? Yeah. I mean, man, it's just for the grace of God. And I'm heartbroken for families, and that's everybody. Ukrainian, those little kids up in Minnesota, the families of the politicians in Minnesota as well. I don't know what's up there. They got assassinated. Everybody, I mean, Charlie Kirk had a happy wife, happy life, and 2 wonderful kids. And here's one more thing I'll say about it. I didn't know this. His family lives in a place called Lamont, Illinois, which is, heck, we go to Target over there. I drive right by there to go to the gym every day, right through that town. Beautiful little town right there on the river. It's got a lot of old houses. It looks like the Goondocks from the Goonies. A beautiful. One of those scenic places in Chicago, in Lamont, Illinois. And I was just reading an article yesterday, and his family's from there. He's from Chicago originally, but it's anyway. Doc says, thank God we have you in sports, JC, in the gang. We have too many political pundits as it is. Agreed.
Yeah.
And I can't get into sports like as a hobby anymore. I mean, it just takes a lot. I mean, I love the Gamecocks. I'm all about that. Those 2-3 hours they're playing or playing a basketball game, baseball game, whatever. I mean, that is fun still, although there's a lot of pressure these days. Right. Based on what I do. Losses are a lot less fun and wins are kind of a relief sometimes, but I can't get into sports. I read a lot about history and politics and the world, and man, I could probably, I'd probably do much better in college if I went back now to get a PhD. I probably could get a PhD with just my appetite at 40 something that started at 40 something to just learn again, everything from the Vietnam War to, and Mike Morgan and I talk about it. The Vietnam War is a very fascinating part of history, but anyway, I'm sorry, but we needed to probably address it. I'm looking and it's like 12:36, but we did stay on for the Fab Five Challenge a little bit longer.
Yeah.
So Phil, we can hit the music here in a second. Like, give me like 10 seconds.
Give it a couple, maybe a minute, and then we'll transition out of
hit the music. But I'm going to say this: we'll put the politics to bed, or the tragedies to bed, because there's nothing really political. I mean, they're politically motivated, obviously 9/11 and Charlie Kirk, and the girl in Charlotte obviously was just a crazy person, but politics seep into everything. And we'll transition to something else that something politicians do, and it's called talking shit.
Yeah.
So, and I'm going to
a whole lot of that going on.
I'm going to kind of do this Dave Chappelle style. I don't know if you guys have seen, I don't remember which stand-up it was. It was Killing Me Softly or what. It goes through it. It's like the first time I met O.J. Simpson. And so I'm going to start with the first time Vandy talked shit. The year was 2004. Jay Cutler was the quarterback there. John Strickland has told this story many times. He was on the Gamecock team. Carolina was coming off a not so great season where they kind of faltered down the stretch, lost to Clemson 63-17. Lou Holtz redid his staff. It was reported he demoted Skip Holtz and decided to call plays himself. Rick Mentor, do we remember him? He took over the defense. Old guy from Notre Dame that was Cincinnati's head coach. Actually, Coach Mentor did a good job the first little bit. South Carolina, had other new coaches as well. I don't remember all of them that came in. Was that the Jappy Oliver year on the defensive line? Maybe it was. I know Charlie Williams was the receivers coach. Just a whole new staff for like 1 year. And then Spurrier came in. But Vanderbilt had Jay Cutler. And my friends and I drove. I was living in Gainesville, Georgia at the time, and two of my BFFs came down. We met Friday night, drove through the night in Nashville. It's the first time I'd ever been in Nashville in my life. I didn't know I'd end up living there within 3 months at the time. But we go up there for the game. My buddy, the late, great Manning V. Horn, he had a tailgate spot parked right. We were at the Holiday Inn right there in the parking lot, set up like right beside the stadium. Noon kickoff, plenty of beers. They were flowing, had the CD player connected to the car playing music.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. But boy, the Nashville media, the Vanderbilt fans, they were in there packed. Boom, boom, boom. We're going to beat South Carolina. It's going to be our year to get to a bowl. Bowls mattered back then. They still do to a certain extent. So here we go. All of Nashville and all of Vandy Nation, which is about the size of Liechtenstein. Thought they were going to finally get those Gamecocks, right? We're going to get them. Get the Gamecocks. Get them Gamecocks. And South Carolina rotated 5 running backs, including, I think, Andrea Gauls was at running back at that point. Turman, Summers, Boyd, Savell Newton played quarterback. Pinkins played quarterback. Jamacia Jackson at a 100-yard pick six. Final score, Phil?
Final score on that one was 31-6.
31-6.
Hey, we know what. That's a familiar score. That one happened last year, too.
They were talking. So that's the first time Vandy talked shit. I got more because they are now. And listen, man. Hey, Robert has a story about that game too. Drove from Fort Campbell. It was his first win. Hey, we have something in common there, Robert. That's good. Yeah, I remember going to that game and we ate at that Ted. And man, it was such a long night and then a long morning, and it was so hot. We went to the Ted's Montana Grill and ate after the game, and then went back to our hotel room, and all three of us passed out. Woke up early the next morning, went back to Georgia, and played 18 holes at this place called Reunion. That's back when I played golf. I wasn't very good. It took 4 hours to play. Reunion was a great course, though. And then everybody drove back home. Very tired after that weekend. But that was the first time that happened. So anyway, you know what? The first time, what may happen for the first time tomorrow night, Phil?
What's tomorrow night? Friday.
Michael Morgan and Sports Media JB may be breaking bread or wings at D's Wings.
That's right.
Don't forget about our lovely sponsors at D's Wings, the best wings this side of the Mississippi, probably the best wings in the country. I'd put them up against everything. If you don't even like wings, check out the rest of their menu. They have a low country boil there. Did you know that?
They do ribs. We got oysters.
Ribs, oysters, right over there. Ample parking right there in that beautiful part of West Columbia. It's a great place to hang out, get a meal. If you want to go sit at the bar and watch sports, great. Drink some beer with your buddies. If you want to bring the fam in there, they have ample seating. A great wait staff. It's D's Wings in West Columbia, proud sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks. Inside the Gamecocks, the show. And we will be back after these messages.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture. are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
It's football season. The Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home with your dream space to watch the games and entertain your friends and family. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us.
This is Larry Leitner, owner and founder of Midstate Roofing, and for nearly 30 years, we've continued to be the proven leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry. Midstate Roofing's proven history is your assurance that our professionals at Midstate Roofing will provide the proper advice, service, and results to the needs of your facility in a manner both safe and pleasing to your operation. From high-rise to hospitals, manufacturing to industrial, Midstate Roofing designs and installs bonded systems with a protective guarantee that will keep your operation dry and running long into the future. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And this is Blake Leitner, reminding you to protect that roof with a maintenance contract. Call me today at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. That's midstateroofing.com.
You'll speak to an on-call technician after hours or a Midstate Roofing staff member during hours at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. And as always, tell them Midstate Twins.
If you have a leak, let Midstate Roofing take a peek.
Watch JC and Morgan every week on the Chief Sports Network. Now back to ITG.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
What do you think? What do you know? It's the poll of the day here on the show. Big Spur, poll du jour on the show.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show. Rolling on here with the poll du jour. Taking a look at the tighter spread than has been here. So we are now down. A lot of money coming in on Vanderbilt. Not necessarily surprised, but what's the pick for the Vandy Carolina against the spread? Vanderbilt, of course, at plus 4.5. South Carolina, a 4.5 point favorite at home against a ready and mouth running Vandy team. I took South Carolina here, JC. I think, I like covering the 4.5 a lot better than I did the 8.5 it started at. I didn't have a lot of confidence in that pick, but I do feel like if South Carolina can play within themselves and keep things a bit simpler, to understand that they have what it takes to be able to win this game.
I voted Vandy because I have to, and this is why I don't like doing score predictions. I just hate it with a passion. I mean, the Fab Five challenge is good because it's against the spread, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
But the score predictions, I mean, who knows, dude? I mean, there's so many different things that, if you'd have told me Carolina had 240 something yards of offense against SC State the other night, I said, well, they probably only scored the normal 17.
17 points.
Like pass and go and collecting $200 in Monopoly, right? But they scored 38. So scores, it's hard to predict exact scores. Margin of victory, though, I'm probably going to take a close one with this one, just the best I can do. That said, like I said on the Big Spur today, anything could happen. There's endless scenarios with this one. Vandy could blow Carolina out. If the offense is a dumpster fire, the defense struggles to stop the best offensive team they've played so far this year. And we just kind of figure out that, they kind of stopped SC State and Virginia Tech because those were not, they weren't that good on offense. And we start finding out there's holes and issues and all that. And then Vandy gets rolling and starts pouring it on, and Carolina makes mistakes and they take the crowd out of it. Yeah, Vandy could win by 3 or 4 touchdowns. That would be sad.
That would be sad.
There'd be a lot to come back from for this team if that happened. A lot. But, a lot of things, at least temporarily, would be not off the table because it would only be one loss, but get ready for weeks of hell and doubt. And the need for many to look in the mirror. Yeah. I can see Vandy getting ahead early, Carolina coming back and winning. I can see Carolina getting ahead early, Vandy coming back and winning. I can see Carolina winning comfortably, blowing them out. I could see 1 quarter of dominance and then a stalemate. I mean, there's there's so many ifs about this game. And usually it takes 3 games to kind of get an idea, and preferably some conference games, that I don't know. I mean, what was game 3 last year? LSU. I thought Carolina, arguably on offense last year, played better than it did against Kentucky the week before when Lenore Sellers was in there. I think at the time, though, I would have told you Kentucky's defense was better than LSU's. So I don't know. I don't know how good Vandy's defense is. They played Charleston Southern and a Virginia Tech team that scored 20 in the first half. Turnovers did count in that one. And then gave up in the second. How good is Vanderbilt's defense? I don't know. How good is Vanderbilt's offensive line? I mean, speaking of talking S, I'm going to save my actually saying the word for the other examples I have.
Yes.
This guy from South Dakota, we're going to go in there and beat him. I'm like, bro, cool your jets a little bit. I mean, I looked at his arms, how he's built, put together, good looking guy. As far as, looks like if we could play a little offensive line. But has he seen Monkel Goodwine and Nick Barrett and Gabriel Brownlow-Dindy and Dylan Stewart?
I mean, yeah,
I don't even know if is he a tackle? I mean, I don't even know what he is. I need to look up see what he is because he's about to meet some dudes, man. Right. Virginia Tech had nobody close to Dylan Stewart,
No. Even Copeland is a good player, but he's not Dylan Stewart.
He's one guy, too.
Right. I mean, and he's only one dude, right?
Yeah, that Carolina pretty good. Queen says he's an O tackle. Oh, good. I hope there's some one-on-ones against number 6 or 46 or whoever.
Oh, dear Lord, please.
Kreger goes, he looks like
Vanderbilt because so confident as to put a one-on-one on Dylan Stewart for at least half the game.
Kreger's like, he looks slight to me. Kreger's a fit, in shape guy too, if you ever met him. But Kreger loves this guy's 360 pounds. It's awesome. Bigger is always better when it comes to Kreger. But no, I agree with you. And I was like, who is this guy? It was like Longshanks in Braveheart. Who is this that asked me my opinion as if who is this person, insolent man? I mean, that's the kind of, I need to go watch him play. I think he's probably a pretty good player.
I mean,
but you're talking about the best defensive end in the country. And guess what? Dylan Stewart's played like it the first 2 weeks. And what was music to my ears? Shane Beamer's press conference this week, Phil, when he said, we moved Dylan around. And I was like,
we moved Dylan around.
Remember, I talked about that all summer. Yeah. Curious to see if that happens. It's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So Tiffany says, trust me, Pavia isn't going to be intimidated. Well,
No, I mean,
just
you
gotta
know, he's
knock the crap out of him.
right. I mean, you can fix that early. Just get him. Like, yeah,
You got to
I
get him
mean,
on the ground.
yeah, the more time you spend on your back, the less confident you feel.
Yeah, but I agree, Craig. I was like, it doesn't really look the part of it. But maybe, you know, sometimes guys don't look like they can play, and they play really well.
No, I mean, you know, but he fits the type of, you know, any number of tackles who got their butts handed to them and burned by him last year. So, you know, it's not like you're bringing an unknown quantity here with Dylan Stewart.
Rooster with the scouting report. Pavi loves to run and throw from the left side. Makes it very susceptible to guys like Dylan and Fred to attack from the backside and create turnovers. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about Dylan Stewart, and Pavi is slippery and can get away, but Dylan closes so fast that it may not matter. If I'm Vanderbilt, all smack talk aside, I'm probably planning to not put Diego in that situation. You know, I would guess. So Tiffany says, unless we do something different up front on our O-line, I just can't be confident. I mean, different would be playing your assignments, communicating, executing, and then there's some offensive scheme things. I talked this morning on coffee, Phil. They need to speed up the entire operational tempo of the offense. It's not. I'm not saying they need to go hurry up, no huddle, like
right,
you know, like crazy, like a Big 12 team or whatnot. That's not always the right thing to do. But the operation of it right now is slow. It's the cadence is slow. The snaps of the plays are developing slow. It's just not. It's slow.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at the games Lenora Sellers has had that have been good, his internal clock and the alignment with the operational tempo of the offense has been in place. And it hasn't really mattered like how teams are playing him, because Illinois did some little punkish stuff and tried to muck it up. The first two teams this year have not done that. They've stacked the box, which in theory should have led to big plays down the field.
Right.
You know, I don't know what happened there, but the thing is that, you know, his rhythm was off the other night in the first half. And for some stretches from the safety forward to the fourth quarter against Virginia Tech, it was off. And I don't think the run game helped him. I don't think the play calling helped him. I don't think the tempo of the offense helped him. I'm not saying they have to run a hurry up, no huddle and snap the ball. And attack. I mean, you know, a lot of people just gravitate toward that style of offense. Let's just run it wide open and see what happens. I do think, though, that if you look at the good games Lenora Sellers has had, in every single one of those games last year, the offense was operating at a, dare I say, brisker tempo, Phil. LSU, until he went out of the game, pretty good game on offense, I thought.
Yeah.
They were getting up there, snapping, boom, boom, hitting them in different ways, that kind of thing. You know, I thought that after the touchdown pass at Bama on 4th and 10, for the time Carolina was basically dominating the game. Now they ran a lot of clock, but there was but there was a rhythm to it. You know, Texas A&M was that way. The first half against Oklahoma was that way. The Vandy game last year picked that up kind of in the second half and got going, and they were up to the line, executing, going. That all helps everybody. The offensive line played its best game of the year against A&M, and you saw what happened. And then they played probably as poor as they've played all year against Clemson, if you look at it.
Yeah.
But guess what? Clemson chose to blitz the whole game, and it almost played into Lenore Sellers' hands because his rhythm, he was sped up, and he could react and not think and all this stuff. And some people may argue, you know, NFL purist or whatever, we can't do it, but it's like Preston Thorne said, though. NFL quarterbacks don't just sit back there and get hit in the pocket and try to put a square peg in a round hole. Hell, Patrick Mahomes played in an air raid at Texas Tech for your boy, Cliff Kingsbury. I mean, you know, and he's the best quarterback in football at times. Jalen Hurts played for Lincoln Riley. He won a Super Bowl last year. Lamar Jackson was in a pro-style offense under Bobby Petrino, not the type of quarterback Petrino was used to coaching at all. Won a Heisman. I mean, there are countless examples of good pro quarterbacks that don't necessarily, have to sit there and do all this stuff, not only in college, but also in the pros.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if it's there, take it. If not, either run or throw it away, but live to fight another down. Keep protecting the football. That's the one good thing, and I think that's kind of getting lost in some of these conversations. Is Carolina has done very well at protecting the football. They haven't turned it over.
Yeah, and look, in fairness against SC State, he was 9 for 11 in the second half.
Right. Yeah,
and Rooster makes a good point. The last drive was really good for Lenore's quick passing that sucked in the DBs and then over the top of the touchdown. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. And when he gets out and runs on the perimeter and all that gets, I mean, look, it's just one of those things. Tiffany said Shula should have already looked in the mirror. I hope so before this week.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope that's what he's.
I don't know why you wouldn't. I don't necessarily know after the Virginia Tech game that you sit there and look in the mirror and say we need all these changes. I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't attempt to overhaul what it is that you've done for 2 weeks.
Not after a week.
No, yeah, you just can't. Like, I mean,
look, it may just be a mistake that they were like maybe a little lack of respect or an anticipation of doing better blocking against State. They may have just been like, well, shoot, we're just going to run base offense against these guys and win and not show our hand. I mean, I don't buy the whole sandbagging thing because for 20 years, whenever Carolina struggles early, though they're sandbagging, and then you come to find out they weren't sandbagging at all. They just weren't very good.
They're just not executing, right?
But guess what? They get better.
Yeah.
I mean, you either get better or you get worse. There's not been a lot of teams around here that have gotten under Beamer or whoever else that have gotten worse. The last team that got worse was 2020 under Muschamp.
Yeah.
Because they went, but that was just, there's a lot going on that season. So what else? I guess some of those Muschamp teams may have gotten worse, but a lot of those teams got better. 2016 got better. Which brings me to the second time Vanderbilt talk shit. 2016, all I read about on X that entire day, it was the first game of the Muschamp era. I think even some of our writers from around that were once in South Carolina that had gone to Nashville just kept ripping Carolina and going on and on and on about. Who was the Vandy quarterback in 2016, Phil? Some coach's son from the NFL.
No idea.
I'm gonna do a.
I do it right quick.
Google it for me.
Vandy QB was Shermer.
Yeah, Kyle Shermer. Was that it? Kyle? Was that his name? Yeah, and Kyle Shermer was a good quarterback. Don't get me wrong, but he's the better quarterback, and they got the better coach, and they got this, that, and the other, blah, 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 blah. And look, Vanderbilt probably should have won the game. But Carolina went in there with and all of Nashville and all of the media were like, Vandy's winning it. They are glazing Derek Mason, who the previous year had compared himself to Steve Spurrier. No, I'm sorry. 2 years before, when he compared himself to Nick Saban and Steve Spurrier, he inherited all of James Franklin's players. There was no portal then, and went 0-8 in the SEC. And I called it. And all 12 Vandy fans in Nashville just went off on me with like big words. He's like,
that's right.
Like, go hang with your Gamecock bedfellows. Bedfellows, you say? Oh my. I was like, you're going 0-8 in the SEC. I was like, somebody's got to lose. And they did every single game because I knew Derek Mason, cautionary tale about trying to run Stanford's offense.
Oh, my goodness.
In the SEC at Vanderbilt. But then I think 15, they got a little better. I think they beat Tennessee. So Shermer was the answer. And they got up 10-0. Carolina was struggling. Then our guy, Perry Orth.
That's right.
Started finding Brian Edwards on a couple of passes as a true freshman. Debo around the edge for a touchdown run. And then a couple of field goals. And into the night, Elliott Fry, in front of a lot of Gamecock fans that were there for that game, because Carolina fans are in the end zone. They won 13-10. It was not meant to be for Derek Mason and the Commodores that day, but there was a lot of crap talked before that game. We'll be back on the other side, I think. Yes. It's smorgasbord time. We have no VHS dates today, but we do have something to show you, a relic from the 80s. And my question for everybody, some of our female listeners, Hope and Tiffany, are in the chat box as well. Would this inspire you to work out more? If maybe they, this made a comeback, maybe they brought it back. You'll get the answers, and then we'll ask Alex and put him on the spot. Smorgasbord and our VHS date substitution of the day after this on the show.
Home fitness has evolved. With Matrix, now there's no limit to the ways you can chase your goals. It's time to make your next workout whatever you want it to be. You can use all of your subscriptions or none at all. Take on exclusive hit programs or move through immersive HD destination footage while you sweat.
Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
The deals have never been bigger at JT's Kia. Get 0% for 72 months. That's 6 years to pay off your vehicle with no interest whatsoever. Get the best deal for your trade. JT pays up to 25% more. JT means just in time to get you approved for a brand new Kia. We're serious about saving you money, and we're doing it with our biggest deals ever. Hurry now, 840 North Anderson Road, JT's Kia Rock Hill.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. Visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. Food from every culture, all of it first class. chefwilliamturner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Do you like hot fudge sundaes? All right.
It's the Gamecock Smorgasbord with Alex Jones.
Now's the time. You gotta get up and boogie with this, honey. Yeah. You gotta find that boogie body. Okay. That's good. Looks good. Feel the beat. Chicka, 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 chicka. Now take it to the right, the left. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Find it. Feel it. Do it. All right, yeah. To move your boogie body. Come on and shake those hips.
Oh, yeah.
Move boogie body, yeah. It's okay, move that boogie body. Come on.
Move it now.
Take it down, take it down, take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. Get out. Now,
Let's go, girl.
Well, we're here to let you know. Well,
ooh, hula hoop.
Okay, get down on the dance floor. Let's go.
The dance floor, you say?
Circle those hips.
All right.
Go. Go. The bigger the circle.
We've seen enough, Phil.
We've seen enough.
So,
I think I missed the VHS dates.
Well, this is a substitute just for you, Alex.
Oh.
So, do you own these? Do you own these Blu-rays? Would you?
No.
Does this inspire anyone in the audience? Should we bring this back? Should Chief Sports like put together a trio of ladies and start selling?
Carrie, Dina, and Nat should recreate.
Yeah, Nat would be. All three of them would be good at it.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I mean, I've never seen Carrie dance, but Nat and Dina can get down. Boogie, shake your hips.
Boogie.
So the 80s. The 80s are alive here on Inside the Gamecocks.
That's right. They will never die here.
So that's just not. It's not going to be your cup of tea, there, Alex. Huh?
No.
Not an aerobics guy.
Nah, not really.
Nah, that's
Me
okay.
either.
Me either.
Anyway, Hope said she'd take Jane Fonda over that.
That's saying a lot today.
I thought I hate to say I didn't know Jane Fonda was alive until like she tweeted something anti-American the other day and somebody amplified it and I was like she's been that way since the Vietnam War, dude. She's just like, her old Ted Turner has passed away. But anyway, Paul McJunkin says a lot of people are going to lose a lot of money betting on Vandy. Pavia will be running for his life all game. Alex, what say you? Can Carolina put enough? I mean, Pavia is not a very sackable guy, but can he be pressured? The offensive lineman that's talking smack, that guaranteed victory, the one from South Dakota. I mean, eyeball test it and everything, dude, but I don't know. What do you say?
Yeah, I mean, the key for this defense is going to be you got to not let them get ahead of chains on first and second down. So they get into those 3rd and 3s or 3rd and shorts. Like they're so good at, converting on those. And that's what kind of you got them going against Virginia Tech in that second half. But if you can keep them behind the chains, just like really South Carolina did in last year's game, that's when you saw Kennard and Stewart and TJ Sanders and all those guys get after Diego Pavia. And, we actually, Matt Anderson and I had Robbie Weinstein on from Vandy 24/7 last night, and he was talking about from the tackles perspective last night, the offensive tackles, like they were having some issues from a holding. The offensive line was having some issues with holding penalties and things like that. And, it kind of sounds like there's still some questions from a pass protection standpoint. They've been pretty good in run blocking, but, I think, there's some opportunities for South Carolina to get after Pavia in obvious pass down situations if you can get them to those situations. And, I think, that's it. The thing with Pavia too is that you do have to be careful. Kind of the same we talked about with Kyron Jones, where you got to be really good in those pass lanes and rush lanes. Just because if you do that, it's going to Pavia. If you're not good in those pass and rushing lanes, like Pavia can get out there and convert a 3rd and 8 really quickly. It's like some of these quarterbacks we've talked about.
Yeah, I think they did Carolina did a really good job with drones. The South Carolina State quarterbacks were more pass happy. And all that. But I think that's the key with Pavia is that. Now, I think, too, I know the run blocking was – obviously Vanderbilt run blocked Virginia Tech better than Carolina did. But at the same time, I think Virginia Tech's probably a little easier to scout than Carolina didn't really have.
You kind of hear some of the national talk about – talk about what Virginia Tech or Vanderbilt they were doing against Virginia Tech in week 2. But, at that point, Vanderbilt had now seen what the two coordinators were going to do on offense and defense. South Carolina had really no idea. I mean, you had a decent idea, but you had to go out there and see it happen. Plus all the new faces that were out there for Virginia Tech. And, you look at that Vanderbilt-Virginia Tech game, Virginia Tech early in that first half, they were getting things going in the run game, especially with Kyron Jones. There's a lot of quarterback runs that were working, and they kind of got away from it for some reason in the second half. And then, Vanderbilt did what they had to do to adjust. And, once Vanderbilt kind of took that, I think it was like a 10-point lead or so, like you kind of just even see it from the Virginia Tech sidelines that game was over. Like they weren't coming back. I don't know what happened. Like it was weird because it's only a 10-point game, but you felt like watching, you're like, it doesn't look like they really have it to come back in this.
Their spirit was just broken there. You can just tell, like, team, this is not in it.
Virginia Tech's a little fragile anyway. Number one, they have a ton of new players, and it's not easy to get that many new guys at key positions to buy in, especially unless you have success early. I mean, you kind of tell against Carolina, once the Gamecocks returned the punt, went back up by 2 scores, Virginia Tech's momentum went out the door. I don't think Drones is in sync with his guys yet with the new offense yet. They threw it 35 times against Carolina, only 15 completions. That offensive coordinator in particular can get pass happy and greedy or whatever you want to call it. But, to me, the first quarter, Virginia Tech had the ball for 12 minutes. And they were up 10-0. The first drive, 7 minutes, 50 seconds, but they got a field goal. That kind of thing can come back to bite you against this team. I think, Carolina's got to score touchdowns when they get down there. I would say got to score in the red zone, but Carolina hadn't been in the red zone a whole lot.
No,
this year. I mean, last year there were some missed opportunities. I mean, we talk about the Clemson and Illinois game, the first of the 4 straight 17s. They scored 17 points on offense, 4 straight games. Those games were games about, I mean, they were inside Clemson's 25. How many? Twice, so should have scored, had a pick, had a fumble, had turnovers. And then Illinois, they had it like 3 or 4 times down there. Missed a field goal, missed fake field goal, the play at the end. I mean, so there's some missed opportunities. The first 2 weeks, it hadn't been about missed opportunities. They hadn't driven the football down the field. And so, I think one thing that happened to Virginia Tech was, in that game, once they got up 20-10, but then Vandy counterpunched in the second half and then held the ball and then 3 and out. I'll just say this and see if you agree. If South Carolina has a lead at halftime and Vanderbilt gets the ball to start the second half, and Vanderbilt goes on an 8-minute drive or 7-minute drive, and then Carolina goes 3 and out on offense, number one, it's inexcusable. Number two, Vanderbilt's chances of winning the game will increase quite a bit because it just saps your momentum, especially in a night game at home. It takes the crowd out of it. Yeah. Wouldn't you agree? We talk about that middle 8, the last 4 of the second, the first 4 of the third as being so important. And Vanderbilt dominated that.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of saw that in the South Carolina Virginia Tech game. Carolina goes on that great first drive, and then the defense held it up, but then the offense just really went silent really until the Harbor pass. And the momentum was, probably should have been on Virginia Tech side, but South Carolina's defense was able to, limit what they were able to do. But I mean, there's, in this game, there were pretty obvious keys for both sides of the ball. Like defensively, you have to get off the field on third downs because they will do those 7-8 minute drives, and before you know it, it's halftime, and it's Vanderbilt could have a 3-point lead or something like that with the way they can hold on to the ball. And then just offensively, the run game's got to be a little bit more creative. Like I'm really interested to see what they do with Lenora Sellers and his legs. Like I think you have to get those involved in this game just because from one, what you saw with Kyron Jones and the success he had running the ball early in that first half. But then also, I think right before I got on here, I saw Craig mention in the chat, get him out of the pocket in some of those kind of rollout throws and, then put the defense in a bind where you're going after Lenora Sellers or he's going to beat you with his arm with some of those passes towards the sideline and stuff like that. So I think you got to get Lenora Sellers' legs involved in this game. So I think, one, it helps the offense as a whole, but then two, it helps them get into a rhythm with some of those early quick throws and things like that.
If they keep running it with the running back into a pile of people like they've been doing, it's not going to be. I'm of the opinion, Shane Beamer's not going to say much at his press conferences, but sometimes he does give you some hints. I think when he was just going through things like he talks like some things schematically probably weren't the best ideas. That has to be what he's talking about, because that schematically, it's like, why would you run where there's a bunch of people? I mean,
Well,
just you even have a chance to get people. There's a bigger chance somebody will get injured in that situation too.
yeah, those kind of up the middle runs, like you've seen it in both these first two games. Like you can watch, like not only obviously the push from up front has been good, but also the linebackers are just sitting there waiting in the gaps too. So there's no room to run at all, and that's where I think you can help have Lenora Sellers' legs involved in that, because then that's something else to account for. But I think just jet sweep type of stuff, got to get some type of perimeter runs to spread the defense out.
Yeah, because Virginia Tech was having success on the edges. You have to take something from that. It was the beginning of the game before, that first half when they were having success running the ball. It was not just hard-headedly up the middle. It was around the edge, give your guy some space, put the ball in your playmakers' hands with room for them to maneuver.
And those little tight end dump off passes are perfect for that. Yeah. And you didn't see that in South Carolina State game, but that's perfect just because it spreads you out and there's so much you have to account for defensively.
Yeah, I thought at the beginning of the game against Virginia, they're like Carolina was kind of attacking the perimeter, and I thought that was a smart move. They kept them off balance. It was like boom to this side, and then okay, we're gonna go hit Brady Hunt over here, and then we're gonna go. It was Brown, and then okay, here's a slant or deep slant post, whatever you want to call it, to Hauerberg. Okay, so there's that. Well, then all right, here's the dump off to Brady Hunt. He gets, and then a couple of run plays, and then boom, quarterback draw out of an empty set, and me and Phil are sitting there high-fiving, going, this is great. And then all of a sudden it's like, what are you doing? I've never been a fan of this. Dowell Loggins didn't do a lot of this. The other guy did. And some pro coaches do. And maybe it's because of the hash marks and that up at that level. And, in the pros, you kind of watch Ben Johnson's offense with the Bears now and with the Lions. And it's all like inside out. Like they'll have a bunch of people bunched in and then everybody's going different directions and you hit little dump passes and things like that. Mm-hmm. Here's a difference too. I did not get to this on coffee today. When you watch the NFL, like on a big screen or live, you understand this, why these NFL coaches call plays and design offenses like that. It's because everybody's good and can beat you. Those are grown ass men going 100 miles an hour every single play, because that's their job. That's their livelihood. Mm-hmm. And unlike in college, where if you don't play hard and you don't see out of the coaches, you can get in the portal and maybe go get another payday and your NIL check's going to cash. You can get cut and none of the contracts are guaranteed. So, right. And these guys are the best of the best. So you have to sit there and go, all right, well, let's work inside out and do this, that. The only college team I've ever seen that really work for is Georgia when they had Todd Monken, but they attacked. They were a horizontal. Crazy enough, Georgia wins 2 national championships with a largely horizontal based offense. When that program's been I formation power runs for since I was a child, I was ironic. Yeah. That's the only program I've really seen that kind of offense kind of work, and that's what I thought about when I saw what Shula was doing, but. In college, you have more room to operate. It's about matchups, and it's about your athletes being better than their athletes and exploiting that, trying to get to one-on-ones and stuff like that. So that's the difference. That's why the NFL, that's why NFL stuff doesn't always work in college. It never really has. But in my opinion, because you have the formations in the playbook, they have shotgun stuff and 5 wide or whatever. I'm not saying go 5 wide, go empty the whole game. But I do think spreading the field a little more and then operating at a higher tempo is a better formula to win in college than this really restrictive. I just don't understand why. I mean, this isn't rugby. Why we want to create the scrum. So what do you think about spreading it out a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, and to that point too, maybe even throw some screens in there too. That worked a little bit last year. I don't think you haven't really seen a whole lot of that this year, if any. And Jared Brown's a guy that I think when he's fully healthy, you saw him do that in that Missouri game last year, take that screen for a touchdown. I think spread it out because that gets those linebackers out of there, gets anybody loading the box out of there. But then the tempo part of it is something I forgot to mention off the top. Like that's something like when they've run tempo so far this year, it's when their drives have been really good. That first drive they ran some tempo. That South Carolina State first drive in the third quarter, they ran tempo and they went down the field. And again, I think that goes back to helps getting Lenore's into a rhythm, not sitting there trying to think too much and things like that.
Do you believe that Lenore Sellers is a better player when he's let me back up. Do you believe it's important for Lenore Sellers to be in rhythm with the offense? Do you believe because so far to me during his career, he's definitely most quarterbacks are rhythm players. That sounds like an obvious statement, but when he's in rhythm, South Carolina usually plays well on offense and usually wins. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%. And I think that goes with the tempo part of it, and then just that's from an offensive key standpoint. I think that's your number one key early in the game is to get him in rhythm early with those short, tight end dump off passes, those little kind of RPO looking quick slants they've been doing to Donovan Murphy and Nick Harbor. Like I think getting him in rhythm early, and like you said, that's important for any quarterback at any level. But that's really key in this one to get him going early and get that confidence and rhythm going.
Yeah, I mean, like he didn't tear it up throwing the ball against Clemson. He completed enough passes to kind of keep them honest. But even in that game, and the offensive line was not pass blocking worth a poo in that one. I mean, people don't realize just Clemson was just running free right at him and hit. But he was in rhythm in that game, don't you think? I mean, obviously, knowing. I mean, and I think the Superman run at the beginning of the game where he got out and even though they fumbled on the play, is one of the most impressive runs I've seen from a quarterback. Probably could have scored against most teams on that one. But I think that got him going. And for the rest of the game, he was in sync with the run game portion of it. And he completed some good passes too. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but when you have that kind of pressure all game, it's not going to be. But I'm an A&M game. I thought he got going early. They were in the gun. The blocking in that game was simplified in that one. They kind of just Rocket had a big game. I think they don't overthink it. Yeah, go ahead.
It feels like with them, I think they said this about Steven Garcia, like he needs to get hit once to get that rhythm and get that confidence. And it feels that way when you look back to his best games, that Texas A&M game. He was under pressure early and had to shrug off a sack and do whatever type of run or pass. Same thing with the Clemson game. I think just getting hit once, and I mean, like that sounds bad. You don't want Lenore's to get hit, but just have to do something like that in a run game. I think it's what kind of gets him rolling.
I think so too, but that's what I mean. I said it on Coffee Day. Tom Brady got in sync and aligned with the operational tempo of the Patriots offense. There's a lot of rhythm to sports. In all sports, right? It's physical. There's rhythm to physicality. And he just hadn't looked like he's in rhythm or in sync at all. And he's a confident player. And look, I want to be fair too, because I think there were moments in that Virginia Tech game, if you look back at it, where he did, the last drive of the game, and then blocking be damned. I mean, he spun out of traffic and ran for first downs and things like that. And against State in the first half, it just wasn't happening for him.
I think the State game just snowballed on him and the rest of the offense. Like they got they're in horrible field position those first three drives. And again, that's not excusing not having any room to run or anything like that, but it just felt like it snowballed. And Matt and I kind of talked about this last night. It kind of just felt like at that point, if you're the team, if you're the offense and South Carolina, just do what you can and get out with a win, because you knew South Carolina was going to win the game, and just find what you can do offensively and just move on, because there's so many different circumstances in that game with the weather and the delay and all that. It just kind of felt like everything snowballed early on him.
Yeah. And look, I'd rather it snowball now. In that game, you won by 28 points than in Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
Or Como or College Station or at home against Oklahoma in the most difficult sandwich game I've ever seen in my life. It's people are mad because they're like, oh, there's another bad start. Well, first and foremost, bad starts tend to involve losses on neutral fields to ACC teams around here, and they won. And then that isn't the first time there's been an ugly win over an FCS team at any school. I mean, Georgia had one last
only
week.
one that week.
Yeah, against Austin freaking P.
Yeah.
I mean, and now it's
had weather issues.
Yeah, also had weather. So did Clemson with Troy.
Yeah.
The three triangle schools here, as I've said, all had weather issues. All their fan bases are pissed. Everybody's like, "Why did we play better?" And all of them didn't play all that great on offense.
Mm-mm.
So is there and Clemson's defense wasn't all that good in the first half either. So is there a correlation? I don't know. It's 3 teams. All of them are ranked and pretty good. None of them are playing world beaters. I mean, what do y'all think? Y'all tell me.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think there is a little bit. And again, that's not excusing, the offensive performance as a whole. Like they do have to be better in all aspects. Like I do think there's a little bit of, not having the whole pregame and thing like that, and having your 20 minutes or 30 minutes to stretch, whatever it was. And again, they've got to get some things rolling in that run game. But I just felt like things got so much. Not pressure, but snowballed early on them, just with the bad field position, things not going well early on. And then you kind of just knew that the defense was going to be able to do what they needed to do. Then Vicari Swain did Vicari Swain things.
Yeah, hey, let me go ahead. I'm sorry.
Do the pre-snap. No, you're good. Like, to kind of piggyback off of that, bad field position, and then you compound that with, mistakes, and you're just, you keep moving the ball backwards, before you can even get the snap off. So that pre-snap penalty stuff's got to be cleaned up real quick.
Yeah, it has to be. You can't. I mean, now Vandy had 11 penalties for 77 yards at Virginia Tech as well. So it's not like they've been playing the cleanest football penalty. They had 2 turnovers in the game. But yeah, I think things did sort of snowball. What do you make of Case and Henry's comment? I mean, Case and Henry, Boaz Stanley both met with the media in a microcosm of what's been an issue on the offensive line. Their press conferences didn't even sound like they're on the same page, because Kaysen had one thing to say, and then they asked Boaz, and he's like, "Well, what's that?" So don't read too much into it. I mean, it's player press conferences are ridiculous, but it was not all inspiring. But I'll say this: Kaysen hid something in there that I was listening to. I was coming back from buying fruit, man, from a place called Pete's Market. I got sent out for tzatziki sauce and a tray of fruit for the wife. So I'm rolling through listening to Case and Henry, who is a great interview, by the way.
Yes, he is.
Do yourselves a favor. This guy knows football. He talks very articulately. I think he's got a career as a coach, if he wanted to coach, or a commentator. Frankly, I think, agree, disagree, tell me I'm full of crap, I think he's been the best offensive lineman in the first 2 games. Would you agree?
He and Truvon have been pretty good overall. Yeah. That right side's been pretty solid.
Yeah. Okay. So he says this. He's talking about Lonnie. Calls him Lonnie Teasley. He's like, Lonnie's done a good job this week of making things to get us going more downhill. Now we've all heard the term downhill running game, which I've always thought is a good idea for an offensive line that, they may not be able to master the ballet steps or whatever the hell everybody on every level is, so for some reason, making offensive lines do these days. I think everybody fell in love with the Rams, right? When they won the Super Bowl. Now everybody wants to do that. My kid's high school team included. Way too complicated for high school, what they do.
No.
He's a right tackle. He has 3 different reads on a play. I'm like, what are you, a read? I mean, it's high school football. Knock somebody's whatever in the dirt and let's get on with it. But that what do you think about that comment? Because I think that's interesting. I think, like, from the stands, you may think, oh, well, they're just going to run some power runs. Isn't that what they've been doing? But that hat on a hat, downhill, get it going, toss, old school toss sweep, stuff like that. I don't know. I'd try anything. But what did you make of those comments?
Yeah, that was something that kind of was under the radar, but caught my attention just because he kind of mentioned it really quick. But that, it's interesting. I wonder, like, I think just from, kind of like the man-to-man blocking stuff, like it's just going out there and finding somebody to block and doing it instead of kind of waiting on somebody to come into your zone or whatever, that type of thing. Because, I mean, you've seen it sometimes where, I mean, not to single out Josiah Thompson, but in that Virginia Tech game, like I think it was Rodney Newsom at that point, needed probably needed help on the interior, but Josiah wasn't blocking anybody. He was probably waiting on somebody to come into his zone. So I think it's just you get into this man-to-man stuff. That's where you just almost feel like you're playing football. You go, if you got a linebacker coming, you get that guy. So I wonder if there's going to be a little more turn to that just based on Kaysen's comments, because that was kind of really interesting that he threw that in there.
You got good backs. You got to. I think when all else fails, you just live with whatever happens. Somebody gets blown up on the inside, that's fine. If it happens too many times, put somebody else in the game. If you're losing a bunch of one-on-ones, then your ass probably doesn't need to play.
Well, and I think another thing that could help the offensive line is to get them moving too. Like some of this quarterback run stuff that you saw, like that Texas A&M run that Lenora Sellers scored on that first touchdown last year. Like Josiah Thompson's out there moving on their perimeter and going and getting a linebacker or a DB. I think that just we talk about helping getting Lenoris into a rhythm. I think that type of stuff helps offensive linemen get into a rhythm and gets their confidence up early.
And one thing that Nick Saban said one time, and shout out Josh Heupel for throwing this wrinkle in. When they lost Tennessee 52-49, he told a story in the offseason. He's like, we played Tennessee, and he's like, and they had it like, they had it like 2nd and 5. They come out and get in an I formation, old school I formation. So we had a timeout because we didn't know what to do. Sometimes that kind of stuff in college, because everybody's like, that you don't have enough time to prepare for everything. I'm not saying they need to go out under center and run the eye. I'm saying though that like you're absolutely right. Get out there, get them hitting somebody, get them some confidence too, right? These are big physical guys. These guys aren't like cream puffs, man. Casey Henry, as great as he sounds in the press conference, as much as he sounds like a governor or a coach or a talking head on TV, he's a mean dude.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think he and Trevon have been, I think a lot of the issues have kind of come to the left side so far. Like Trevon has been really good. I think you've seen the offseason work he's put in. And then Casey Henry's been pretty solid overall. So,
yeah,
I think it's there. It's just you clean up a few little things and have some other things, help out in that way too. It's going to help that offensive line. Mental
errors as well, and that's coaching. But if you're having trouble teaching the mental error, if you're having trouble teaching calculus and you have the option to master your multiplication tables, I'd master my multiplication tables, not worry about the calculus right now. So yeah, Rooster mentions penalties after timeouts. Yeah, I guess that happens.
Those were infuriating. They really
stupid.
Yeah, some of the pre-snap stuff they had against South Carolina State, they can't have.
No,
especially if you're going to be, in that game, if you're going to be deep in your own territory already, like you can't have that stuff.
Well, I think that might be where the mental aspect of the delay and the short week really manifested itself, was in that just thoughtless.
Focus wasn't 100% there.
Yeah, because the focus is gone, right. Mm-hmm.
Tiffany asked the coaches not ask players what they want to run. I mean,
well, we saw it work with Marcus Satterfield, but we know why, because anybody could have called more play than he did. No.
The quarterbacks always talk about it with the OC, don't they? I mean, didn't you hear Mike Shula mention that? They're always talking to Lenore Sellers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me, I think there's like a lot of I call it restrictive overthinking, because sometimes you can overthink it and your defensive end ends up throwing a pass in the end zone that gets intercepted. Sometimes you run a fake field goal that doesn't work, to a defensive tackle. I mean, imagine that. Sometimes you overthink it like that. Sometimes you overthink like the simplest of things, and then your base plays are like like I mentioned the math, instead of being a multiplication table, it's like long division, and it doesn't need to be.
Mm-hmm.
I think run game in college football in general is way too. It's not like the pros where you got to kind of outsmart anybody with it. I mean, especially if you're there. What do you think about Vanderbilt's secondary?
I think this will be their first test. Like to their credit, they did a really good job against those wide receivers that gave South Carolina a few fits with Aiden Green and Donovan Green. But I think early in the game you want to try to test those guys to one, like we talked about earlier, to help push the defense out from the box, and also just I think test them with Nick Harbert. Let's see if you can get Nick Harbert back behind somebody. See if you can get Donovan Murph back behind somebody. Mazio Bennett. They got to get the passing game going in this one, because that helps the run game, especially early on, and confidence and all that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you get guys going with that, and I think Vanderbilt's defensive line is very active and all that. And would you agree with me that, okay, so they were talking about blitzes. I think Vanderbilt does a great job of delayed blitzes. They call them zone blitzes, fire blitzes. That play Lenoris made in Nashville last year, where he looked like he was sacked, rolled out and hit Jared Brown on the long play, that changed the game. That was a delayed blitz. If you notice, that guy, Vanderbilt's defensive line, he stood there, kind of fired, and then beat his man, and here he comes, and there wasn't anybody open, and then Lenore spins out of it, and the rest is history. I think they're very good at that. So slow developing plays, I don't think are going to work against these guys. But
if he blitz, though, you're opening things up for Lenoris. If he
that's what I'm saying.
Does a little breaking thing, because as soon as you blitz, you don't get to him. It's not going to be good for opposing defenses.
I almost think that because the first 2 weeks, what we've seen, Alex, and agree or disagree, it seems to me like everybody all summer was like, they're going to use the Illinois plan. They're going to use the Illinois plan. The Illinois plan. Oh my God, that's not at all what happened. Virginia Tech crowded the line of scrimmage, so did South Carolina State. Totally different than what Illinois did. Would you think maybe Vandy does go to that Illinois plan, or do you think they'll have a little more respect for the Carolina passing game?
I lean towards that they'll have a little bit more respect. I think what Nick Harbert was able to do against Virginia Tech will help that a little bit. But I think you run some risk if you're a defense kind of playing that. Illinois I think kind of caught South Carolina a little bit off guard with how they were playing that defense. You do that, I think it opens some things up for, because we know the talent South Carolina has at receiver. You kind of putting your defensive backs on islands too when you're doing that, and having your full focus on stopping the run game and stopping the Norris Sellers. So if they do that, you need Donovan Murph to go out there and make some plays like he has. But you need Mazio Bennett to make some plays too. I'd be surprised if they do that. I think they, those linebackers I think can do that, but I think I think they're going to try to take the same approach that some of these Virginia Tech and SC State did, where force Lenoris to beat him with his arm early on and try to contain him as best you can.
Vandrevius Jacobs. Then this is the second to last thing here. Your thoughts about how he played last week? That kind of looked like the guy we saw in the spring game that got off the good start last year.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of trust and a lot of belief in him, because he's played a ton so far. Probably second most behind Nick Harbert, in terms of snap count. He's been really good, and it was a good route. They the play action, and they mentioned it the offensive lineman, I think Casey Henry was one that mentioned, from a play action standpoint, that's when they block their best, or feel like they pass block the best. That was a little play action where they had the line where they linebackers kind of moved up and the secondary moved up just because they're trying to stop the run so much. That's something that I think you want to see in the playbook more of, just because I think guys like Dre Jacobs can do that. And he's really good. He's quick, and I think he's starting. You saw that a little bit early on last year, that he battled some injuries and all that. But he's a guy that can, potentially be kind of like that under the radar guy who can go out there and help you win a game with a few catches.
Yeah, that's what I think is important too, from a game plan perspective, is that, okay, you're expecting the long pass to go to number 8 out on the edge, right? So do what's not expected. That's where I think creativity comes in. Now, don't get cute. There's a fine line between creative and cute. But if you are, giving your first or second read to the guys that you're not assuming are going to get those reads, I think it's going to open up some things later down the field for the typical long range stuff. I think that the same goes for, kind of lightening up what goes on inside the box itself, is get around to the outside. Maybe you don't necessarily run that little tight end sweep, kind of that you did to open up against Virginia Tech, but maybe show that look but hit the perimeter nonetheless. But yeah, I think there's, and this is what I kind of see. Not that I'm saying everything's been sandbagged and we're setting up for, this offensive explosion here against Vanderbilt, but from what I can see, there are options out of what is being run that you could just do minor little, and nobody would even notice, right? That something was different. That could pay dividends early, because like JC said, and we've had a few voices on here who have confirmed, is the way to beat a team like Vanderbilt is to score points. And that really is the key this weekend, is you have to score points.
Yeah, get points on the board. And play action's interesting, and that was an interesting comment too. So, and you said they need to do more of that. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've watching football for about 40 years. Play action's pretty common. Isn't play action designed, but they're creeping up to stop the run, to eliminate that and back them off? Why wasn't I don't understand why it wasn't maybe more, especially on second down. You see that a lot,
Yeah, I think that can do some first down stuff too, because I think they need to be better. Obviously, they need to be better first and second down, because they're putting themselves in too much of a issue on third downs with third and longs. But I think this offense just has so many different things that can put defenses into a bind with what North Stars can do with his arm, what he can do with his legs, and also some of the speed that you have at a receiver with Harbor. Like, there's just so many different things you can do out in space that really causes problems with defense that I think you want to see in this game on Saturday.
All right, final question on the smorgasbord. Give me one player on offense. Defense will take care of itself, hopefully. Although I don't think they're going to be as lights out maybe as they have been because of the opponent, because it's a difficult prep. Give me one player on offense that's been relatively quiet this year through 2 games that you expect in game 3 could have a big impact, and the people will all be talking about next week.
Mazio Bennett.
You and Kreger share the same brain.
Yeah, I think he was the one that – I think it was Jordan Reed that posted that video from that first play, the SC State game. I think it was Mazio Bennett that was wide open on that post, right in the middle of the field. Like, I think he's had some opportunities. They just haven't been able to get him the ball. They got him to it a few times in this past game, but I think he's one that – he saw what he could do last year, and I think they need to get him more involved. I think he and Murph could be right in that category with the attention Harbor's probably going to get.
Absolutely. Alex, thank you for an outstanding smorgasbord today. I'm full of Gamecock knowledge now.
Always appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll have a good VHS dates for you next week. God willing, and the creek don't rise. Yeah. All right. Hey, man, keep up the good work. And you can catch Alex on Rooster Rant Sunday night with the late night Gamecock, Matt Anderson. Good or bad, they'll be there to talk about it. All right, man, thanks.
See y'all.
All right. We will be back, because we got to hit a final break of the show on a Thursday. Just roll on by. By the way, this is the last episode of the week of the show.
True.
And the morning show. We will have the preview show tomorrow, 3 hours. JB, the Mad Dog, myself, the late night Gamecock, Matt Anderson, Strickland, Flint, Chef Will Turner, Rafael Esparza. The gang is all there.
It's a veritable who's who.
Gonna clean up the Nana Sports chat box when we get back, as far as answering some of your questions, reading some of your comments. Don't forget, download the Chief Sports app. If you haven't already, keep up with your high school football scores and stream some of those games live. Be back to wrap it up after this.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Oh, man. The building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen, When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Welcome to SEC Sunday Night, part of the Chief Sports Network. Every Sunday night at 8 p.m. on the Chief Sports app, the Chief Sports YouTube channel, and on our X accounts. Hosted by Rob Williams and Craig McMichael, talking the week that was and what's to come in the SEC. Join us every week for SEC Sunday Night on the Chief Sports Network.
It's football season. The Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home with your dream space to watch the games and entertain your friends and family. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us.
Morning, Carl. Usual?
Yeah.
Your oldest was in here the other day. Said the two of you took a trip down to my neck of the woods. How'd that go?
You might as well give me one of those Carolina cars while you're at it.
I knew I liked that one.
Yeah.
There you go, my friend.
Thanks.
Hey, Carl. Congratulations.
See you tomorrow, Freddie.
You bet.
Tune in every Friday at 9 a.m. to the 4-Quarter Friday High School Show on the Chief Sports Network.
There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop, children. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down.
Now back to Inside the Gamecocks. The show.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show. Final segment of the show here on a Thirsty Thursday, rolling right along. But want to give a shout out to our friends over at South Carolina Education Lottery. We're proud partners with them again this year. The Carolina Jackpot $5 scratch-off ticket is back, giving you a chance to win up to $200,000, all while supporting future Gamecocks across the state. After you play, make sure to enter your tickets into the Second Chance promotion, where you can level the playing field with another chance to win $50,000, $75,000, or $100,000 live at an upcoming women's basketball game. See sceducationlottery.com for game odds and details.
So the third time Vanderbilt talked shit was in 2018. And this was a team that was really good on offense at Carolina, not so good on defense. They finished 7-6. Probably should have done a little better. But Derek Mason stuck his foot in his mouth and said, it's going to be a street fight. We're taking the street fight to these guys, take them and beat them up. And Carolina won that game in Nashville, going away 37-14. And Muschamp, before the game, said they want a street fight, go give it to them. And they went out there and played really well. Muschamp was, for probably the only time at Carolina, pissed off at the end of the game they didn't score 50. He's like, I'm a little mad at the offense. You have a chance to go hang half 100. You go do it, blah, 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 blah. That was a dominant win. And I think that Vandy team may have gone to a bowl. I don't know. So there's a history of this type of rhetoric coming from Music City. And I get it. Like I said yesterday, in the historical pecking order in the SEC, Carolina's probably, and it's going to be that way probably for our lifetime. It takes a long time for that to reverse. I mean, Kentucky lost 10 straight times to South Carolina. First thing Mark Stoops does there is reverse the South Carolina series, and Kentucky doesn't respect Carolina. Neither, I mean, just like, the teams kind of right above Carolina, Tennessee used to have a lot of respect from the Gamecocks. Now, every time they lose Tennessee, there's a meltdown. Rightfully so. Missouri, that kind of thing. So I get it. But this has happened before. And look, in Carolina, even when they don't talk smack, Sean Elliott went 1-5 as the interim head coach here in 2015. The first thing he did after taking over, beat Vanderbilt.
Right.
the 2020 team, during the pandemic, the mayor of Nashville wouldn't let anybody in the stadium, right? Empty stadium. What'd they do? They beat the crap out of Vanderbilt. There used to be this newspaper they'd print. I think the Gamecock Times or something. It's kind of a comical paper they'd give out at the games. I remember going to a game in the 90s. It's like, what's the best thing about the SEC? And the answer was Vanderbilt. Carolina has only lost at Williams-Brice Stadium to them twice, right? The first time, that was a Carolina team that did not win a game.
Right.
And they lost 11-10 in one of the, and trust me, the Virginia Tech game, I was kind of like, could this end up 11-10 for a brief fleeting moment? But I mean, they lost 11-10 to a team that didn't. I mean, I think Kyle Crabb and Kevin Sides were the quarterbacks, and Carlos Spikes a little bit. And then in one of the biggest upsets in Vanderbilt history, Carolina was 6th in the country. Just couldn't get it done. Lethargic noon kickoff in October. For some reason, Bobby Johnson, kind of like Kirby Smart does with Josh Heupel, those Vandy defensive coaches that were there at that time kind of had Spurrier's number. I mean, even the 2009 game was a 4-point game. They lost in 2008 up there. 2010 was only a 21-7 game, even though Carolina had 400 yards. It's weird. Then James Franklin takes over during the glory years, and Carolina handled them pretty good. It was close in 2012, namely because Connor Shaw went out with an injury. It was an opener. But, look, they're much better as a program. They're much more problematic than they used to be. And they do a great job evaluating talent from the portal, way off the radar guys that are pretty good. We've talked about the kill zone. They've given everybody, Texas and Alabama included, fits the last couple of years. It's not going to be a shocker to me if Carolina loses the game Saturday night. It wouldn't be a shocker to me, Phil, if Carolina plays pretty well on offense and loses the game. It's a losable football game.
That's the one thing
nobody wants to hear that because it's Vanderbilt.
Right.
But I'll say this. Very rarely has it worked out for them to poke the bear against anybody. Y'all remember Nini Lafaleo or whatever the hell his name was? The defensive lineman. This was also during the Derek Mason era. So they got off to a 4-0 start. They beat Kansas State at home and 3-0 start, 2 cream puffs. So Alabama rolls into town. I think game day came to Vanderbilt that day. They were all excited. And Nini, let's just say he's from California, and so he kind of was a little bit feminine. And he's like, I'm just going to say this right now. Alabama's going to go down next week, baby, because we're the SEC just like y'all. Very fabulous statement.
Yes, very fabulous.
I think the final score was 62-0, Alabama in Nashville. So, I just don't know. Krager says they're more athletic than they've been. Yeah, they look that way. They've had good athletes before. Carolina's better athletes. Much better. I promise.
I mean, when you look at the rosters, they're really you're deeper, you're more talented, the problem with that is Clark Lee has done a hell of a job coaching this team up, developing the guys that were there, and now they're making decent portal acquisitions and kind of playing the full game. I mean, it's still is Vanderbilt. They're a private school and in the SEC, but at the same time, I mean, they're doing everything they can to win on football fields, and they got a guy under center who has what it takes to do that. And if you fall asleep at the wheel on either side of the ball, they will make you pay.
He believes they're yeah, and then he's got this great sense of belief. Now that said, you can have Theo Vaughn come to your practice all you want. I mean, so Theo Vaughn, a lot of respect for the guy. If you ever read his story, I mean, good dude by all accounts. Not mad at him for talking smack about South Carolina at all. I don't think he's funny, but some people think some people are funny. Some people think other people are funny. It's just one of those things. But he's like one of these guys that a lot of people think are funny, and I just don't think he's funny. Anyway, that's an aside. I mean, he's entertaining to listen to sometimes, but it's like, hey, bro, what's up? I'm a Gen Xer. Matthew McConaughey and Dazed and Confused was Watterson. What's his name? Watterson?
What
Ederson? Something.
Why can I not?
Was it not Wooderson? Yeah. I'm just kidding. I mean, Theo Vaughn's a good guy, but you have Theo Vaughn show up and whoever the hell else. I don't care. But that gets out, obviously, when you have a world famous podcaster that has interviewed world leaders and things like that, come to your practice and talk a little smack. It gets out. It goes viral. And Carolina's players aren't sheltered. I mean, they're going to hear that. So it's amazing with the talking of the smack. So the question I asked Alex was, what player that's not really done a whole lot on offense this year will have a breakout kind of against Vandy? Queen says it's Michael Smith. I think they need to get him going, just to be honest. He's a weapon they can use. He's been consistent, one catch a game. But good Lord, they just hadn't run a lot of plays, man.
That's the thing is it's the numbers are all out of whack right now because of the success that you've had on defense and special teams, which, hey, that's fine. Sometimes that's the way you have to win games, but I'm not ready to throw this offense, down the drain yet. Cause quite frankly, we haven't seen enough of it to really make a determination.
Yeah. Julie also says Mazio for the answer. I don't know when Kentucky broke the streak against Florida. I think it was after 17 though, because that thing didn't happen until Dan Mullen was at Florida, right?
I want to
maybe not.
Gosh, or maybe it wasn't Mullen. Maybe it was McElwain.
Julie's son was hurt playing football that week of that Vandy game. Had to stay home to watch the noon lethargic and the world was shattering. Yeah, I had a moment I wasn't too proud of. And I was at that game, and this lady was clapping after that for Vanderbilt for Bobby Johnson, a Clemson graduate who, because he's from Columbia. I didn't say anything that bad to her. I was like, ma'am, you do realize this just cost Carolina a shot at a national title. Because at the time they were 6th in the country, that year was so weird. Anything could happen. Carolina had nothing close to a national championship level football team that season. But hey, it was early in the Spurrier era and everybody believed. I shouldn't have said anything to that lady. I was 18 years younger and stupid. They didn't serve beer in the stadium at that time, so I was perfectly sober when I said it, but it pissed me off.
2018, Florida Kentucky streak ended.
So how many was it? It was like 27 games though.
31 game wins.
31 games. So Michael, there's a ways to go.
That's right.
With that one. Well, Julie, you didn't miss much of that game. It was also kind of seasonably warm. I don't know. Doc says Vandy doesn't have enough depth. I don't know how good they are up front on offense either. So
I know they move around a lot and they do a lot of different. They give you a lot of different looks. I mean, the eye candy part of it, that pre-snap motion and all that. But even post-snap, like pulling guards, like there's not really a tendency. Like if they're pulling, they don't necessarily run to that side. They'll run to both sides. I mean, there's a lot going on back there.
Yeah, dude, look, And if I'm Vanderbilt, that's absolutely what I'm going to run on offense every single year.
Yeah, right.
Not.
Right.
You know, Queen says no one's talking about how much they return either. I think they have the most returning players in the SEC. So those guys know what they're running. Yeah, I mean, they Pavia knows that system like the back of his hand. They got a running back named Young, Michaela and Young, that didn't play last year, but was at New Mexico State the year before. Stowers is from New Mexico State. I mean, you know.
Now, what'll be interesting is to see what they look like next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean it'd be yeah, but that's next year.
Pavia, he'll sue again.
That's right. Pavia, year 8.
Craig said Theo's stand-ups never made me laugh. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. And I'm not trying to throw shade at the guy. I'm just making his observation, unless somebody thinks that, I don't know. I was curious to see what everybody else thought about it, you know, to be honest, Krager. So does people think Theo Vaughn is funny? I don't. I mean, he's not side. Like I mentioned Dave Chappelle earlier. That's kind of more my speed. Dave Chappelle, Ron White, the old Eddie Murphy, Cat Williams. You know, I think Cat Williams is funny.
Cat Williams is funny though.
Chris Rock's pretty funny, you know, especially he just destroyed Will Smith in the last one. But let me just tell you this right now. Chris Rock's got some ties to South Carolina too. Andrews. Anyway, so I'm not. Gary Owen is funny. Yeah, Rodney Carrington is really funny.
Rodney Carrington, yeah, funny.
I think he's hilarious. So, Wayne says Vandy didn't appear to handle the quarterback power against Virginia Tech very well, and Lenoris is faster than that guy. Yes. So, and Krager said he's better interviewing someone on his podcast. Yeah, I think he asks good questions. You know, Joe Rogan does stand up too, and I think Joe's stand up's kind of relatively funny. I mean, that was before.
That's why there's so many of them, JC, because not one person fits everybody's taste.
Exactly, and that's fine. Nobody should be mad at anybody about that. But yeah, Queen doesn't even think Theo's a comedian. He likes his podcast, really insightful. Yeah, says off the wall funny things, but he's got a lot of good guests. Yeah. Matt says last year they had Nate Bargatze. That didn't help. Now he's got a good thing going, I think.
Golly bum.
Anyway, look, we got to go.
I'm trying to queue up the music, but StreamYard's not helping me out. So
I wasn't asking for. I wasn't even asking.
No, I wasn't saying that directly.
I was mad at myself for talking too long.
Frustrating the hell out of me that I can't play music right now. It's been working great all day long until it wasn't. So you know,
me and Mike Morgan and I, like when we get on Crosstalk together, though, we're like a couple old shopping pals, you know, or Tupperware party hosters. We just talk, and Jamie finally is like, "Listen, I got a headache. Let's go."
I gotta go.
I mean,
it was just great though. The classic, in-depth breakdown of both the Georgia and Tennessee games, the scenarios, the Florida LSU game, and both of you picked.
I mean, it was like cover. I was like, I'm sitting there thinking during Clowns Are People Too, as I'm tapping my foot. Nobody really taps their foot anymore, unless you go to like an old, like Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas style country bar in Nashville where they play washboards and stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
I've been there. I went there on a blind date one time. Said the wrong thing, I think, during the date. I said, you know what, we should, and I just was shooting the breeze. I said, we should go for a hike sometime somewhere out in the woods. Phil, you've known me for 25 years. I'm not
known you to be a big hiker.
Never one that said that. I think I was just randomly saying it, like, you know, because I wanted some fresh air or something.
Yeah.
And I think I followed up with a text once and never heard from her again, which rightfully so. If somebody had said that to me, my God, not my proudest moment. But yeah, so I'm tapping my foot along and I'm thinking, I just talked to Mike Morgan Tuesday for an hour and a half about college football. He was on our show yesterday. And then we just get together. It's like we're just, good to see you too. I don't know.
It's great.
Go get your Game Day Nuts, people. GameDayNuts.net.
That's right.
All right, so we're no outro music today.
No outro. I can't even stop the stream. Oh, there. That kind of works.
Well, you got to stop the stream, dude, because we got to download the podcast.
I know it's okay. Something will give here soon enough.
All right. So
something's got to give. Oh, good. There it is. I can do it now.
Michael says, "I wish someone would help me out." He's doing voice to text, obviously, with the game, Dave Nuts flavors.
Game Dave Nuts flavors.
The game Dave Nuts.
The coastal
Dave Nuts.
Yeah, the coastal one is your typical, just regular peanut, and then the other one is a Cajun one. I don't know what the third flavor is though. Oh, hold on. Let's see.
All right, so
Game Day Nuts, boiled peanuts, no shells. Yeah, Coastal Wave is regular. Bayou Kick, that's kind of like the Cajun, and then there's a dill pickle one, which I have not heard anything at all about. Oh wow, they got us all over their website. Hey, what's up? All right, yeah, good. GameDayNuts.net, y'all go see Inside the Gamecocks right on their webpage.
Oh, sweet. That's awesome. All right, everybody. Thanks. Please tune in tomorrow, starting at 10 o'clock. Actually, at 9, 4-quarter Friday, for all the high school action. I'll bring you Steve Hall and Justin Hall. We'll bring that to you. And then we'll be in from 10 to 1 Saturday morning, the Tailgate Show. By the way, the Tailgate Show has been getting crazy good numbers compared to last year. I'm pretty proud of it. So join us for the Tailgate Show, 9:15 a.m. Eastern. Get your day off right, and all that good stuff. That will be up on the podcast channel, as I told you last week. With the Tailgate Show, we didn't put it up on the pod last year because there were so many early games. Who wants to get in your car after the game and listen to the freaking Tailgate Show? This year, with so many later starts, probably be up most weeks, not the noon kickoffs, maybe some other ones, but Phil and I will be along with that. We'll have an injury report this week, hopefully some uniform talk and keys to the game. Get your recipes ready or what you're eating ready, all that good stuff. So we'll have that then. Rooster Rant also on Sunday night along with SEC Sunday night. That's your weekend. And we are out for the Mad Dog Phil Mullinax. This is JC Sherbert that's been Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Holla at you tomorrow.